Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is June 10th, 2025. Happy summer, you made it. Tonight we have all members of the Board of Education present, as well as our superintendent, Anthony Godfrey, our business administrator, John Larson, and our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen. I am Nikki George, and we are going to go ahead and start tonight off with a discussion on a portrait of a graduate and the strategic plan. As you who have been following along know, this is a process that we have been working on for some time. And tonight we are joined by Education Elements to give us an update on where we're at. We'll turn it over to them.
Hi, good evening. I do want to quickly note that I'm not able to see anybody in the room, which is fine. I just wanted to name that I only have audio right now in terms of being able to see people's cameras. So that's totally okay if it will be that way, but just let me know if there are any questions that are coming up, since I won't be able to see the room to be able to read body language and make sure that I am pausing as questions do come up. So as President George was saying, this will be our final board update as we share what we've accomplished this year around implementing the strategic plan and portrait of a graduate. And in particular, the thing that we're going to be focusing on by talking about what has been accomplished is starting to preview what the rest of this summer will look like, and then what implementation will look like as we move into the next school year, which is pretty wild to say out loud that it is already June and we are starting to look ahead to an upcoming school year now that graduations and things like that are starting to be in our rear view. So as you know, my name is Sarah. I've been working with Jordan for the last year and a half, and it has been a wonderful experience. You have likely had opportunities to meet and interact with my two colleagues, Miriam and Lauren, both of whom are not able to join tonight, so I will be flying solo, but know that they say their hellos and well wishes and are just really excited knowing everything that has been accomplished this year, as well as what will be true as you all move forward into the next year of implementation. So as I mentioned, we're going to be first focusing on the progress from this past year, previewing what implementation will look like next year when we consider the different priorities around our strategic objectives for each of the pillars, and then take a closer look at this summer for this month, and then looking ahead to August, especially around launching the Portrait of a Graduate in our schools and classrooms. And then we'll close out with an opportunity just for some discussion and next steps, especially because we want to take some time just to discuss and strategize with you as the board about your role moving forward when it comes to implementing the strategic plan and Portrait of a Graduate. Of course, though, as you are likely familiar with at this point, in terms of one of our key practices at Education Elements, it would not be an EE update if we did not have a check-in. So the check-in question for today is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how clear do you feel on Jordan's strategic priorities right now? And what would help raise that number? So I'll give you a moment to think about that question. So you're choosing somewhere between the scale of 1 to 5, and then depending on what number you choose, is there anything that would help to increase that number for you? And then President George, I'll turn to you to start. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the strategic priorities are basically the pillars of the strategic plan, right?
Yep, the strategic objective under each pillar. And then when we talk about priorities, which of those objectives are we prioritizing year over year?
Okay.
We think about our momentum.
I remember now. Yes.
Thank you. Great question. I think that was Lisa.
Yes, that I am Lisa.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So I'll give you all a moment to think with that clarification. And then President George, I guess, go to you to ask and kind of kick us off with our wraparound so we can hear from each board member.
Sure. I'll just call out names if you guys are okay with that. All right. Ms. Dean, what's your number? Should I start at the other side of the room?
I will say, well, I mean, okay. I feel probably 4.5.
say 5.
Dr. Robinson.
3.
Do you want explanations?
I think it'll be better to understand as we roll it out. Public questions from our teachers. I think I have a good grasp on it, what it is, but I don't know what their questions are gonna be, so I'm not ready to give it a 4 or 5 until I hear what they have to say.
And really, what we're rolling out to our teachers and schools is portrait of a graduate, not our strategic. Okay. Ms. Barrow?
I still need some clarification on the strategic priorities. So there's the pillars, and what's the actual priorities, or are the pillars the priorities? It wasn't clear to me when Lisa asked it, because she got it, so then she stopped talking. I'm like, wait, I don't get it.
And that's the thing too. Like, I remember the presentation on the priorities, which one we're going to do first, and then like implement first. And the reason I'm a 4.5 is because I can't exactly remember the order, but I remember feeling confident about it. So, anyway, does that make sense? So it's like these two will be the first ones, and then this one will be the next year. and
Okay.
this one will be the-
Okay, and in the rollout process?
Yes. Oh, yeah, they're just, I think a couple.
I'm gonna go with a 3. It's just still new to me. I need more documents to read over on a daily basis, so.
This is Bryce. I'd say a 4, and what would raise the number is simply watching it roll out. Nothing that we would do today as much as just watching it roll out. I've really appreciated President George making this a priority for Executive Committee. Every time we put something on the agenda, we talk about which priority does it match and where and why. And so that's really helped me get up to the 4s. But I think what I need to see is roll it out.
Right, this is Nikki. I am also gonna say a 4.5. I think I have a good grasp of where we're going, but watching it actually become tangible, yeah, there's still room to learn.
My turn? Am I the last one? You didn't call my name, so I wasn't.
Sorry. I stopped calling names. This is Brian. I mean, Mr. Barnett.
I would also say 3.5, somewhere between 3 and 4, as far as my clarity on it, and something that's been voiced by a couple other members of the board. Just watching the implementation, watching it roll out, I think will clear up a little bit of it for me. And one other thing that would help clarify it is totally on my shoulders, to just spend a little more time familiarizing myself with the information. I don't want to completely rely on education elements to educate me on the strategic priorities, or that's part of their responsibility. But I think for me, I just need to put a little more effort into understanding it myself.
I think that's it. Well, do you want our superintendent also to check in? Sorry, that was all the board members. Should we keep going?
We're always happy to hear from our superintendent. So if he would like to share, he's welcome to.
I would say a 5 with room to learn more and more, but a 5 for the stage where we are, and I'm excited to see it move forward.
Great. Well, thank you everybody for checking in. It was really helpful to hear where we each are individually when we consider this scale, knowing that nobody is lower than a 3. I think that is a great place to be, as some of us feel like we maybe have more clarity around the strategic priorities, and just moving forward with implementation is really the thing that will help us to get to a 5, versus some of us wanting more opportunities just to really immerse ourselves in these anchoring documents and make sure that we're always connecting back to that and having that shared language to really reinforce that shared understanding. I think as we consider our agenda for this update, especially as we talk about what will be happening in June and August when it comes to launching the Portrait of a Graduate, that framing of shared language and shared understanding will definitely be a through line with those conversations that we'll be having with administrators and also teachers. So as we move forward and jump into talking about the progress from this particular year, again, I want to ground us in what the process has looked like this year, knowing that Jordan took on a comprehensive approach to implementation, especially in this first year, where we had multiple work streams that were driving towards a shared vision of success. And since we shared our last update in April, what Miriam and I have done, also with support with Lauren, is continue to work with Cabinet to plan for that launch of the Portrait of a Graduate, as well as making sure that we're continuing to have our administrators and our teachers really clear on the strategic plan and the priorities that are captured in that strategic plan. And so, as I mentioned, the work in June will be working with principals and administrators as they think about preparing to share that messaging in August. And later on in this update, we'll go into further detail about what that will specifically look like. But as we get ready to talk more about what the progress has looked like this year, especially around implementation for strategic objectives within each pillar, I think this quote from Abraham Lincoln is really helpful to ground in. It really describes Jordan's intentional approach to implementation this year, especially with that key framing around alignment. We're going to look at that 5-year framing in just a moment of what you want to be prioritizing year over year as you think about implementing a strategic plan across the scale of a district as large as Jordan. So this quote from Abraham Lincoln, if I had 6 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. That is a great description of what we did this year, especially the partnership between the board and the cabinet around aligning on that timeline for implementation when we looked at the strategic objectives across each pillar to make sure that we were very methodical, aware of the current state, and making sure that we were having conversations about where can we move a little bit more quickly and have some of those quick wins to have momentum, and then where are some places that we want to make sure that we're intentional to build our infrastructure, to consider capacity, and make sure that we're aware of how different objectives help to reinforce each other. So the really key word here as we think about the progress from this year is this idea of alignment, that you all were very aligned as a board, as a district, in terms of the shared leadership about where we are going, when, and how. So this is that slide that I was mentioning in terms of talking about that roadmap to sustained implementation over the course of 5 years. When you look at Jordan's strategic plan, each of those strategic objectives for the pillars are with the thinking that by the end of 5 years, each of these strategic objectives will be into full implementation. And so as we set ourselves up for success, that idea of alignment was really important for this year in particular, so that as you move forward into year 2, that focus on acclimation, and then year 3 with refinement. So making sure next year you're thinking about some of the things that you're testing out, that you're starting to see those indicators of success to be able to know if you're ready to move into full implementation, or if maybe there are some pivots that need to be made without compromising on the overall vision, and then refinement where you're starting to take that evidence of success, making some shifts so that as you move into year 4 and year 5, you're focused on sustainability and also envisioning the next frontier. What comes next after the end of these 5 years, knowing that we are chasing after a really clear vision of success that each of our pillars help to reinforce. So thinking of that, I want to talk a little bit more about this year in particular with that collaborative process between the board and cabinet to make sure that we are aligned on each strategic objective's 5-year timeline for implementation. And through that collaborative process, there were some objectives where we had some adjusted timelines based off of board feedback of what you're hearing from your constituents across your community to make sure that we are moving maybe more quickly on certain objectives, as well as being mindful of things like capacity, resources, infrastructure, to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. And so as we think about what was really important for that collaborative process, this idea of analyzing current state was really important and something that really came out, especially in the spring semester as we had continued conversations with the cabinet and shared those updates with you as the board. So we really aim to have that deep understanding of the current state of each objectives, knowing that when you look at Jordan's strategic plan and you see the use of structure such as we will continue to, that in many cases for the strategic objectives, Jordan is not starting from scratch. And so because of that, being aware of what already exists will be really critical for making sure that we're maintaining that progress as well as building on that. So to better understand where we wanted to go for each objective, in particular, we took deep dives of understanding the programs and practices that we could already leverage, who were the right people with that insider expert knowledge that we wanted to make sure that we are tapping into and bringing into this process, and making sure that we are mindful of some of those gaps that maybe needed to be filled in order to meet our objectives as they're outlined in the strategic plan. And so from that understanding of current state, that helped the cabinet and the board to come together to have a shared timeline of what it would look like for each of these objectives across the pillars. As I mentioned before, some of those were revised because as we continue to have these conversations, there is an understanding that we were further along, or maybe we needed to slow down to make sure that our systems and infrastructure were in place before moving into initial implementation or full implementation for our strategic objectives. And so this is where we come back to one of the questions that was raised in our conversation around, where are you on that scale of 1 to 5? Some of us being a 3 with maybe wanting to have a better understanding of, for our strategic objectives and our pillars, which ones in particular were prioritized for implementation this year. And so that's what you see captured here on this slide. These were the 3 strategic objectives that were in implementation, some form of implementation this year in particular. And based off of recent conversations we've had one-on-one with cabinet members as well as with the full cabinet, we can really confidently say that all 3 of these objectives are on track. We met with those owners of the strategic objectives to more specifically define some of those key action steps. And going back to a conversation we had with you all in December, making sure that we are really clear about those trigger points. So knowing that we are on track with things like initial implementation for these objectives, what are going to be those trigger points that we're looking for to know that we're ready to move into full implementation with these objectives? So one example of that is the objective around our high impact teaching strategies, which is what the acronym HIT stands for. So that has already been finalized. There is a beautiful, incredibly accessible, user-friendly playbook that has been created around those high impact teaching strategies. And because of that, the objective will be in full implementation once those strategies are incorporated into the teacher evaluation process as a growth measure. So incorporating it into that evaluation process is the specific trigger point to know that we're ready to move from initial implementation, which has been the focus of this year, into full implementation in upcoming years. So I'll give you a chance just to look at these 3 objectives before I move forward and talk a little bit more about the moving pieces as we think about this upcoming year for the strategic objectives that will be going into initial implementation across all 5 pillars.
I don't know if right now is the right time to ask for this, but I think it would be helpful to hear some of the specifics. So these are pretty high level. And I think that our administrators and cabinet have worked hard to make these something really tangible and accessible to the district. And I don't know when the right time is, so Dr. Godfrey, whenever you think that is, but I would benefit from just a report on how are we intentionally building capacity for high impact teaching strategies within the first 5 years, for example. So
There is, so you want to talk specifics now about
or whenever.
what we're
It
doing
doesn't
to
have
implement
be
the plan?
now, but at some point that would help me.
If you want to do it now, we can talk about that, or we can go into more detail at another time. Building the capacity for high impact teaching strategies in the first 5 years, we have starting with the new teacher orientation, we have classes that are available specifically for new teachers throughout the year that build the capacity in exactly the way this is described, and I can get more of a description of that, how often they meet, but we have a cohort of new teachers that we provide additional training for.
And is that new?
That's been in the last year or two.
Yeah. I think that would be a good way for the board to stay on top of this, as this is our last meeting with Education Elements, just to continually, receive updates.
Yeah,
What are we doing? What does that, because I can see, it's in initial implementation, but I don't know what that really looks like.
Yeah, we've planned on coming with regular updates and just continuing to make sure that this is a part of our agenda on a regular basis.
Perfect. That would be great. That would really help.
Yeah.
That would move me to a 5.
And to build off of that, the project management spreadsheet, that dashboard that we initially looked at in December that had the proposed timeline across 5 years for each strategic objective and each of the 5 pillars, that spreadsheet also has additional tabs for each pillar that go into greater depth around the strategic objectives. For each of these objectives, what are the specific actions or strategies that are helping to reinforce and support? And to your point, President George, break that down into more granular detail about the moving pieces. And so, as was mentioned, new teacher orientation and induction, talking about that playbook of the high impact teaching strategies that have been created. That spreadsheet is a great resource to see some of those more specifics broken down into greater detail. And I can make sure after this update to reshare that link with you so that you have it.
Thank you for pointing out the tabs at the bottom. I hadn't noticed those.
Yes, and that's a resource that we leveraged in our one-on-one conversations with cabinet members who have been owning these strategic objectives, and then I believe is something that cabinet will continue to refine and make sure that it's integrated into their workflow, knowing that that's a resource that we offered, but as always, we want to make sure that it is a tool, a resource that is specific to a district, and so the specific use of it or the update of it, I think, will perhaps look different, but is something that will continue to be owned by cabinet. Great. So thinking of that, let's turn and talk a little bit more about this upcoming school year in terms of some of the objectives that will be moving into implementation for next year. And so we have pulled out objectives related to 3 pillars in particular. So you can see here high quality instruction, culture of belonging, and then student and staff wellness. What you will notice for high quality instruction is that we are able to move from our phase of installation into initial implementation for the Portrait of a Graduate. So this current school year, this past school year, has been really focused on installation, making sure that we're developing those proficiency scales for the prioritized characteristics of curious thinkers and responsible teammates, making sure that we're developing some supporting resources for implementing the Portrait of a Graduate, being really clear about the guardrails, which includes making sure teachers understand that this is not something that is being added to their plate, but rather is helping to articulate a shared understanding of student success that they're able to integrate and embed with their current practices of what they're already doing in their classrooms. And as we move forward in this update and talk a little bit more specifically about the sessions in June and August with our admin, we'll be looking at what this objective in particular will look like to make sure that our administrators and teachers are all on the same page. As we look at our culture of belonging objectives, these are more school-facing. So the administrators of schools have begun leveraging their monthly principal meetings to share best practices and help principals define their individual plan of attack, so to speak, based off of their school's unique needs. And then the wellness objective, of course, is already a strength of Jordan's. And so really the focus as we look ahead to next year is making some of those pivots based off of what is already in play to make sure that staff feedback is continuing to guide implementation and that the strategies, especially around wellness, are responsive to what staff are experiencing. So again, I'll pause here to give you a moment to look at these objectives for these particular pillars before we talk about any questions. And apologies for my cat just moving across my screen. He's trying to make a cameo right now. Now, these are just 3 of the 5 pillars when we think about Jordan's strategic plan. And as I mentioned, across all 5 pillars, we will have objectives that will be in some form of implementation this upcoming school year. So these are the objectives for opportunities for every learner and then effective communication that will be moving into implementation for this upcoming school year. And similar to the objectives that we looked at on the previous slide, there already is a really strong foundation to build from. So, for example, when we consider that objective around programs for advanced learners, there are already so many programs that we can be building on. So the next step is to make sure students and families across the district are actually aware of those opportunities and are able to and know how to access them. So I'll pause here so that you have a chance to look at these objectives before we turn and talk a little bit more about June and August. So before I turn and talk about launching the Portrait of a Graduate in June and then August with our administrators and our teachers respectively, I do want to pause here, again, going back to that check-in question of what the strategic priorities are, especially as we look ahead to this upcoming year. When you think about these 2 slides, the one that we looked at previously with the 3 pillars, and then this slide right here for our last 2 pillars, are there any clarifying questions or just general wonderings that are coming up for you that would be helpful for us to note before we move forward? Great. Well, I will take silence to be. We're ready to kind of narrow our focus and think a little bit more in the short term of what we're going to be prioritizing for June and August, especially around launching the Portrait of a Graduate. So one thing I want to connect back to is the update that we shared in April, where we took a deeper dive into that installation work that had been happening this year for the Portrait of a Graduate. And as we talked about the 6 characteristics in Jordan's Portrait of a Graduate, one thing that we shared is that as we look ahead to this upcoming school year, we're really prioritizing implementation around the 2 characteristics of curious thinkers and responsible teammates. And one thing that we had shared in April were the initial drafts of the proficiency scales for each of these characteristics across our 4 grade bands. And knowing that those proficiency scales were developed not by myself, not by Miriam, not by Lauren, but rather in partnership with teachers and coaches and instructional leaders from the school and district level across the district, I just want to come back to where we have landed with the final versions of these proficiency scales. So since that update in April, we reviewed some of the feedback that you shared with us and made revisions. And then across these 4 grade bands, we made some updates just to ensure vertical alignment so that each scale for each grade band builds off of the skill progression, and also making sure within each grade band the way that the progression of skills and learning is broken down is developmentally appropriate to the students in that grade level. And if you were to click these links, I'm not sure if you have access to this slide deck, but if you did, you would be able to see that the final version of these proficiency scales are in Jordan's specific template. So it has been branded to be within Jordan's colors, and then also to match the current academic proficiency scales that are already in use across the district. Again, to make sure that we have that coherence across our system, that we have the same way to talk about proficiency scales, that we're using the same colors and also the same structure when we think about how those skills are broken down with that progression of learning, going from below proficient all the way to highly proficient. And I'll pause here just in case there are any clarifying questions about this update before we talk a little bit more about June and August.
I'm curious, just looking at the proficiency scales. So if this is for all students, do you have history of how SPED students are doing on these proficiency scales? Are they making progress from one to the other? Are they generally reaching only a specific level? Do you have context for that from other districts, or is that TBD?
That is a great question, and I remember you raising a similar question in April that I just really appreciate this continuing to be a through line and something that we want to make sure that we come back to with this idea of accessibility and making sure all students are served with this. So one thing I'll name again is that the value of these proficiency scales is making the implicit explicit. And when I think about the work of supporting students who are identified as special education, is making sure that we are being explicit when we think about skill progression. And this helps us to be a lot more responsive with our scaffolding of how we help our students to be able to move from one skill band to another with thinking about that progression of learning. When I think about what this has looked like across other districts, it might be hard to exactly approximate since these proficiency scales have been built to be very specific to the Jordan context, knowing that Jordan teachers and Jordan instructional coaches and Jordan instructional leaders were the ones who developed this based off of the Jordan specific understanding of these characteristics. I can say broadly overall, though, when I think about the use of proficiency scales for Portrait of a Graduate implementation, it definitely has been a consistent tool that has helped to ensure students who are identified and designated as special education to making sure that they are getting the educational and learning opportunities to develop these skills. But I think this might be a great question to keep coming back to when we think about maybe some of those metrics or progress monitoring pieces that we want to make sure we're continuing to check in on, knowing that these scales are going to start to be rolled out in classrooms as soon as the beginning of this school year.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't identify myself. It's Suzanne.
Yes.
I do have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And apologies if this has already been asked and answered previously. These scales, will they be completed by the student in conjunction with an educator? Who is it who indicates their proficiency?
Great question. So these scales are really designed to be a resource, one, for teachers to be thinking about with their current lessons, how can they make really explicit connections to these specific skills and making sure that they are embedding that into the lessons that they have already designed and are implementing. That they can also be a tool of having a shared understanding with students about what it looks like to develop a series of skills related to being a curious thinker or responsible teammate. So then students are able to one, consistently self-reflect about where they are, but then teachers can also use these proficiency scales to make more specific rubrics aligned to specific tasks that they are assigning students. So then these scales become kind of a shared understanding and language around what is the evidence that we would look for concretely to know where you are in terms of the progression of skill development. So if you look at these scales, they're written to be in I can statements They're meant to have concrete descriptions of what students can do. So they're meant to be affirmative rather than framing what students are not able to do. And that type of structure helps us to very intentionally set teachers and students up for success and how they're using this both as a planning resource and a feedback and self-reflection resource. So you can kind of think about these proficiency scales as being the connecting piece or that bridge between our very beautiful, well-designed portrait of a graduate document and then the specific experiences and practices that teachers are already doing in their classrooms. These scales just help teachers and students to make that connection a little bit more explicit. So to go back to your question, it'll be a combination of teachers and students alike, building off of this shared understanding of what proficiency or mastery looks like for these skills.
Thank you so much.
Although these scales are new and unique to Jordan, when you look at the learning assessments, we have increasing scores in certain areas in special ed, and we can provide you with some information about academic progress over time, but not on these scales specifically, since they're...
So these scales may or may not be relevant to some of our special ed students?
They're relevant, they're just new.
Oh,
So
okay.
we haven't used these scales before. They're unique to Jordan, so
That'll
we
be
don't have
part of
any
the
means
learning
of
process.
comparison. But if you want to talk about academic scores for special education students over time, I can provide those.
Great.
And by I mean someone else.
Yes.
So I think this is a great transition for us to talk a little bit more about what will be happening in August and then how administrators are going to be preparing this month to set themselves up for success with that session in August. So what you see here on this slide will be two different links. One is a link to the session that teachers will be going through led by their principal at their school in August. And then the other is a session that administrators, principals will be experiencing, I think, this week, very soon, to be able to unpack that August section to prepare them to internalize it and then facilitate and really own it with their teachers at their campus. So we have here that 2-hour session for principals, which is again designed to help them to implement that. This includes a slide deck, a facilitator script, and then some of those implementation resources I mentioned to be very specific to school-specific planning. And then also that breakdown of how administrators are going to be set up for success to be able to review, internalize, and practice it before they deliver it in August. Again, to make sure that we have consistency in messaging, that no matter if you're a teacher in any school across the district, you're going to receive the same type of messaging from your principal explicitly to make sure, again, that we have that shared understanding of success, especially when it comes to starting to implement the portrait of a graduate in our schools and our classrooms. So to zoom out, these are the goals for that session that teachers will experience in August around implementing the portrait of a graduate. This is grounded in the key ideas when we talk about our strategic direction at Jordan of being curious, being intentional, and being united. So there are a couple key questions that teachers will engage with during this August section. So how can the portrait of a graduate support student growth in the ways that matter most? How does the portrait of a graduate connect to what we're already doing in our school? Again, because this is not about adding something more to teachers' plates, but rather making those connections and being really intentional. And then what will portrait of a graduate implementation look like at our school? A big part of the session in August is having teachers go through a process where they're connecting what they see in the portrait of a graduate, especially around curious thinkers and responsible teammates, to what they're already doing, to be able to have that shared understanding of this is what implementation looks like here specifically. And then being intentional, a lot of the session in August will start with just making sure teachers have a chance to dig into the strategic plan, review it, and understand that as an anchoring document, and then deepen their understanding as they start to engage with the portrait of a graduate document, so then that they can really narrow their focus on our two prioritized characteristics of curious thinkers and responsible teammates. So reflecting on how existing practices fit in with that and being able to feel really set up for success as they consider launching it at the beginning of the school year. Again, going back to this idea that ultimately we want every school, teacher and leader to be leaving this session in August feeling really united with that shared understanding of how the Portrait of a Graduate is going to be really foundational for student success and how it's going to be implemented with a lot of intention and impact in our schools. And then as we think about what administrators, what principals will be doing this week as they dig into that session in August to make sure that they are reviewing it, they're internalizing, and they're practicing the delivery, this is the question principals are really going to focus on. How will you present that August session so your teachers are clear about your why and how it connects to your school's professional development and priorities? So balancing this both and of this is a district why and making sure we see ourselves in that because it is building off of what we already do and that we are connecting it specifically to the unique context of our school campus. I know Dr. Godfrey talks a lot about this idea of connective tissue. This is something that we want to make sure our principals this week, as they go through preparing for this session, they're really clear about that connective tissue and they feel set up to talk about that with a lot of confidence and consistency in their messaging. And then for our assistant principals, what they'll be thinking about is how they can support their principal in aligning on those messages and making sure they're providing feedback to their principal to ensure that the delivery of the August session is really strong. So I'll pause here again, knowing that we talked a little bit about what this week will look like for administrators as they prepare for that session, and then what that session will look like for teachers in August. I'm happy to click into these sessions if you would also like to see a little bit what they will look like. And I know we work closely with our project team members with board representation to make sure that the board also had some input around the content and the messaging and scripting that went into these two sessions.
Does anybody want her to go into the specific slides for the presentations, or are you okay? The high level.
I'm good. I just noticed they were there, so I'm gonna go through that on my own time. And also wondered if I could sit in as principals teach. Like, could I go to a school when they're presenting this to teachers? And
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
You'll have to watch yourself on video, but other than that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
okay, I'll hide in the back.
Yeah. Be like a celebrity cameo, having you there in person.
I think that's a great idea. It would be fun for all of us to pop in somewhere.
President George, is there anything that you'd want to add to this? I know that you had the opportunity alongside our second vice president to participate in the creation of these materials. Anything that you'd add that you want to make sure we have a shared understanding around?
Anything we would add?
I'm good with it.
Yeah, I feel like you've represented it really well. I'm okay.
Great. And we're excited to see that final welcome video. I know it's going to be really
We just finished filming it, so
Oh my
now it's
gosh,
all in
amazing.
the hands of our communication department to make us look good.
That's awesome. Amazing. So I know we have about 10 minutes left. So just want to pose some of these discussion questions for reflection and planning. We don't have to discuss every question. We don't have to go in the order of each question, but just want to pause here and give you a chance to look at it and then open floor to hear some ideas around reflections or planning as you consider these. And any question in particular that is standing out for people that they would like to share some thoughts on?
I'm particularly, this is Suzanne, I'm particularly interested in 4 and 5 and excited to answer those as we continue.
Do you have any initial thoughts on them? Not to put you on the spot, but
Well, I mean, I'd love direction on them, I guess, more than anything. I don't have any specific opinions or feedback right now.
This is Erin Barrow. I was thinking about number 5 as well. Communicating with the public is a big thing on my mind that always comes to the forefront. And so I'm wondering if this is something that I might be able to portray in a JPEC meeting for our parents, for their school community councils, that they can then take back just to add more clarification. It's always good to clarify and be specific. And so I'm wondering if JPEC might be able to do something with that.
That was always the plan. It was just choosing the timing. So I appreciate you going there already.
yeah, I love the framing of thinking about these questions, especially the last two, as maybe being that specific focus into next year, especially with what we've outlined around what the priorities will be for implementation next year, what the messaging will look like in terms of what administrators and teachers are receiving around the Portrait of a Graduate over the summer, and very excited to continue to see the progress that will come as a result as you move into your second year of implementation. Before I move into next steps and kind of recapping what that will look like, just want to again pause if there are any last reflections around these questions that would be helpful for us to share aloud.
This is Suzanne. Ms. Barrow's comments actually posed a question in my mind, which was, how can the Portrait of a Graduate, the priorities, the pillars, be implemented within our committees that we're part of? I'm thinking of a couple that I'm on, and it just reminds me that I should be very conscious of what are these efforts we're making, and how can I reinforce that or bring it as a topic to the committees I'm a part of.
I love that. And again, it reminds me of the imagery of the bridge that you'll see show up in the sessions that we've created for June and August, and then also that framing of connective tissue that Dr. Godfrey talks about a lot. And again, I apologize that my cat is all over. I thought I locked him out of the room, but he is Houdini and he is able to break any lock and get inside. So he's trying to be the star of the show right now.
I've just been looking at number 3, what board actions supported progress this year, and thinking about the way that we chose to direct funds and the opportunity that we have this evening to vote on our budget. I can tie some really direct links to places that we've assigned money to progress in these priorities. And I'm happy that there are clear links there. I think that's something for all of us to keep in mind as we prioritize policy and spending in our district.
Can I comment briefly on number 4? Where should the board focus its oversight and or engagement efforts next year? I don't know how much we have relied on education elements to make sure that this process moves forward. And we've mentioned a few times that this is our last meeting with education elements. Is that like a contractual thing? Is that what we're talking about? That the contract ends? Yeah. So I would be interested maybe to hear from staff how comfortable staff is in continuing the process that Education Elements has started for us.
I think that they've given us a great start. And I also think that this is not like milk where suddenly the plan expires. I think we're going to keep watching, and it's a 5-year plan, but I think with maybe some adjustments it can last longer. But this second year, the fact that the board allowed us this second year with Education Elements has made a huge difference, because I know other districts who have only done year one, the plan and the portrait kind of languish. And so I think we have a really good launch and we feel confident. We've also talked about being very aware of when we need to re-engage with education elements and do kind of a check-in or get a consultation if something doesn't seem to be progressing the way we were hoping for. And we would come to the board before doing that, even without the need for formal approval, just because we're going to be continually talking with you about the plan and updating you on our progress. But I anticipate times in the future, even if we feel like it's going well, to have education elements come in and kind of do a check with us because they're so intimately aware of our aspirations and our feedback. So we feel confident. We're excited about the way this is going to roll out with principals. They'll have time to make this their own for when they present in August. We're doing some very concrete things as a district, but we don't want to completely lose our connection with education elements. We think check-ins are going to be valuable.
Sarah, would you mind commenting on, I know it's kind of putting you on the spot here, but commenting on how comfortable you and your team is in our ability to move forward once the contract expires?
Yeah, and not putting me on the spot at all. I would 100% co-sign everything that Dr. Gottfried said. I 100% believe that the work that has been done this year, truly in partnership, we just hold the container as partners in this work. We're not making decisions. We're just helping to kind of prod conversations and questions and offer some supporting resources. I think we were really intentional with what that partnership looked like this year. And given what will be prioritized this week with administrators and what will happen in August, as well as this ongoing understanding that we've established as a board in terms of priorities for implementation, I have no worries or concerns about this kind of, change in relationship and partnership that we're talking about here. And definitely echo how, continued engagement in terms of check-ins will be really valuable, but 100% agree with everything that has been said.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, to recap moving forward, this kind of synthesizes what the focus will be this summer for this week, and then also looking ahead in August, and then begin in fall, where we will have for each of the 5 pillars, objectives that will be in some sort of initial or full implementation, and continuing to monitor the progress of that in the way that district leadership will continue to share those updates with you all as the board. And I think it is almost exactly on time with the hour block that we are graciously given. So with that said, I will just end with a lot of gratitude and thank you for having us and trusting us as partners in this process. It has been just such an honor and privilege to get to work with such an innovative and deeply committed district as Jordan is.
Thank you so much. And I'll just add, we gave you a 10-minute delay, so nicely done on the timing. I'll own that 10 minutes. We are so grateful for the guidance that you've given us, and I can't tell you what it means to me when I hear, oh, he owns this or she owns that, and the knowledge that these things aren't just going by the wayside, that there are specific steps and action and responsibility and accountability tied to them. That makes me feel like we're in good hands. So we are very, very grateful for your direction in this process and so excited to help our students excel through these efforts. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye, y'all.
See ya. Okay, let's move into agenda item B, a review of recommended revisions to AA 414 student overnight travel. We'll turn it to Mr. Brad Sorensen.
Well, thank you for letting me come and visit with you and share kind of a request that we, as high schools, have been looking at regarding the policy. And if you have noticed in board docs, what is on there, moving over to number 12, just a little background on our Suburbans. Each school has 2 Suburbans that are available to them for a variety of things, and the request has come to kind of expand what has been in policy currently is a restriction on how far those Suburbans can actually travel, which is a 150-mile radius. But because state risk allows us to actually do it all within the state of Utah, there are many groups we think that could benefit from taking those Suburbans down to St. George as an example on their overnight travel trips. And so we're hoping that we can just follow what state risk allows us to do and being able to use those Suburbans within the state of Utah. So as you can see, the language that was adjusted is just taking out the cannot exceed 150 miles one way and adjusting it to suburban use for student overnight travel is limited to within the state of Utah.
Talk briefly about state risk. What is that exactly?
They're kind of the organization that govern everything that's allowed, that kind of oversee us. I'm not an expert on who's state risk. I have a document that's.
If you
that's
break the
state
rules, if you break the
Insurance
rules,
cover.
they'll
Okay.
cover you
Yeah.
as long as you follow their guidelines. If you don't follow their guidelines, then you're on your own.
Yeah.
State risk is our insurance, is our insurer. And it's a government agency through which we receive insurance. So we pay into state risk management every year, and then they pay out on claims just like any insurer would. And when we're using our school buses or vehicles or overnight travel, we have to follow our own policies and follow their policies, or else we may not qualify for coverage and we would be on our own to cover costs.
So Mr.
Yes.
You're saying that making these changes, we're still covered
Correct.
insurance-wise. If there's damage, we're
That's-
not giving up anything here.
That's correct.
Yeah.
As long as we stay within the state boundaries, yes, then we are covered. Our own policy had us restricted more so than state risk.
If I understand this correctly, if they don't take a Suburban, they're going to take a school bus,
That's correct. They
which is
can't.
a lot more expensive than taking a Suburban.
Yeah, or even a commercial bus. So right now, that's what they're taking, or typically a school bus or even a commercial bus, as an example, to get down to St. George. Hmm. Now, this, again, will only accommodate smaller groups. If you have a larger group, you're still going to be taking those buses, but we feel there are several groups that can benefit from using the 1 or 2 Suburbans that each high school has available to them.
The high schools have 2 Suburbans available,
Correct. Each high school has 2 Suburbans assigned to their location.
and they're not able to say, hey, high school number 2, can we borrow your 2 so we have 4, or do they do that as well?
They actually are, and so there again is if you look through the Suburban guide, they're restricted to the drivers of each of these Suburbans must be an employee. So you can't have one of the parent chaperones driving one of our Suburbans. So then you can only stretch so far. But yes, that is all of our Suburbans are available. We even have some down at auxiliary service that are also available for use if needed.
I just looked at the mileage. The north boundary already is okay.
Correct.
Peter City south and Moab
Yeah.
southeast.
Yeah. So a lot of those trips down to St. George are what they haven't been able to use these with.
When you have a smaller group, cross country, a smaller group qualifies, or student government.
Golf.
Championship in St. George.
Yeah. Sometimes you have a smaller team that 2 Suburbans are going to make it a much more workable, less expensive trip.
Yep. So that's it. Simple change.
So, question. Sorry.
Yes.
With the clarification, because it used to say cannot exceed 150 miles one way, is that because they could go to Idaho with a Suburban, but we need to now stay within the state of with our Suburbans?
Currently, they wouldn't be able to take one of our own Suburbans beyond the border anyway, so they couldn't do that. So they had to stay within Utah, but this will just expand it all the way to the bottom of Utah, which will be helpful.
My question is off topic, but related enough that I'm going to ask it anyway.
Love it.
If we ever buy a vehicle that is not a Suburban, are we going to have to change this policy? And can we call it something else while we're making a change?
You know what? I am glad that you asked that because I was thinking very similarly.
Will we have to buy Suburbans?
Like, does it have to be a Suburban?
I know you appreciate brand loyalty to a particular automobile, but
We also buy Kleenex too.
we could change that, yeah.
Large capacity passenger vehicle is what it is listed as division on at risk management. So if we wanted to just relabel it that,
I think
But-
the reason we've said Suburban is because that's what we have, but also
Right.
because 15 passenger vans we specifically don't purchase and don't use because there have been accidents in those. So the Suburban kind of distinguishes it from.
I see.
we are restricted to a 10 or less passenger vehicle. So we can't go beyond 10 passengers.
But we'll make that change. I think that's while we're changing it, we'll move off the brand, and I think purchasing will appreciate that, right, John?
Happy to change that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But willing, large capacity up to 10 passengers.
A lot more syllables than Suburban.
I know, it doesn't flow. No, it's great.
Wow.
It's great.
Are we also going, where do these guidelines live?
There's a link to the policy. So when you're in on the website, there is a link that you can click on those guidelines that are just stored on our webpage.
I was just curious if having specific names when our personnel seem to move sometimes was a similar issue. But if it's not policy and it's easy to just update, I guess it's not as big of a deal.
Yep. Roxanne has been helpful in keeping those links that are attached to policy updated when we make those adjustments.
So like she updates the person you called to reserve.
No, sorry. Yeah, when it comes to reserve, that's all done at the school level. She just updates the link on policy that takes you to where the Suburban guidelines are located, or large capacity vehicle guidelines.
Someone will search for Suburban and not be able to find
Well,
it.
They might.
I
They
mean,
might.
I'm looking at the employees that you would call to reserve the Suburban. And so I'm just wondering who keeps that up to
Yeah,
date.
that's my office. So,
Oh, your
yeah, it's
office.
my office. So, yeah, that does change. That's a good point in the guidelines. So, when somebody who's currently assigned to overseeing that checking in and checking out either gets moved or is no longer with us, then my office will update that. And we work with Roxanne to make sure that things are updated on that link in that policy. Yep.
Board members comfortable voting? Do you need this before our next board meeting, which would not be until August?
It would be good to have, if possible, if you're comfortable in voting that for some groups that might be looking to use it. We have a lot of groups that travel in the summer to Ogden or various places, but if they're
Is it on
That-
today's agenda?
On our
Study session.
study session agenda, and we have at times had our votes in study sessions.
Ogden wouldn't matter. Maybe if we could just have them notify us if they need to use it, we can do that emergency meeting we talked about.
Well, we could do it at our July virtual. Is that okay?
July would work.
Can,
Have public input when we change a policy?
required. It's up to you.
Could we take the time to go through the formal process, but give direction to superintendent and make exceptions to the policy now, if they're needed? I don't know how many
That's what I
requests,
would
if
prefer.
there's any
Approve it in
requests.
August, but grant the permission to retro implement the policy by, if needed.
Yeah, I like the way you phrase that. It's just allow us to use the large capacity vehicles within the state until our second meeting in August, until it's ratified. But in the meantime, make an exception to policy. Paul, do you feel good about that process?
Yes. That's helpful. Yep.
Thank you.
Brian, you'll note that for our August public session?
I will. We're not going to cover it in our July meeting then.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Sorensen. All right, board members, we do have our budget hearing this evening, and we have some food here now. Would you guys like to take a break early, or do you want to keep going?
I'd like to take a break early. So,
Because the next two items are boundary changes.
That's why I brought it up.
yeah.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a break, and we will resume at 5:30.
They want Scott.
Right. Welcome back to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. It is still June 11th. We're just coming back from a short break, and I will take a motion to go into a brief closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and/or security.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Wood to go into closed session. We will do a roll call vote. Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Wood? Dr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Barrow?
Yes.
Mr. Demford?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
All right, and I am also a yes, so that is unanimous. We are in closed session. Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is June 10th. Welcome to summer officially. Thank you for joining us, for those who are listening from home or are in attendance this evening. Here with us, we have all 7 board members. We have Lisa Dean, Suzanne Wood, Aaron Barrow, Brian Barnett, Bryce Denford, and Daryl Robinson. My name is Nikki George, and I'm the board president. In addition, we have our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our business administrator, John Larson, and also our board attorney, Paul Van Komen. We are going to kick off the meeting tonight with a pledge of allegiance and reverence by Ms. Carolyn Goff. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is a quote that comes from a book called The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Wrong will be right when Aslan comes in sight. At the sound of his roar, sorrows will be no more. When he bares his teeth, winter meets its death, and when he shakes his mane, we shall have spring again.
Thank you. We'll now move to the budget hearing portion of the evening. Turn it over to Miss. Do you want to say something, Mr. Dunford?
I'm always honored to introduce the budget hearing simply because I think one of the most important reasons that public education is organized the way it is, with elected officials forming the governing body over those who administer the programs, is to make the public aware that the funds are being accounted for. And so one of the most important duties that the 7 of us have is to face the public to say, I am very comfortable how the funds are being used in this district. I can account for them. I can account for the expenditures and the wise use of funding. So that's what we're going to do today. Now, today's budget hearing is the beginning of one and the end of another. We are going to formally amend last year's budget, last couple of things that we need to amend, and then we will be adopting a new budget. So everything that we just voted on, all of the changes that we just approved, that's part of our package that we negotiated with, are being put into this budget. Now, there is no way they can go through 50,000 individual accounts and put the exact amount in. So you will see that certain, they're just doing their best to say, we're going to put that all in this general area. And that's why we made the decision to amend the budget 3 times a year instead of once, so that we could say, okay, we know we're going to make some changes. So there's going to be some things that you may say, why is that budget so big? Well, that was just a placeholder for what the changes we approved in our negotiation package, and then as we move forward, we'll move them into the right subcategories. So this is a work in progress. It always is. A budget is a floating document. We will amend it in December. We'll amend it in April. So this is our opportunity as the elected officials. We, as a finance committee, want every one of you to feel comfortable with this budget. So now is the time to hear the presentation, to thank those who have produced it, but to make sure that you're comfortable. This budget represents a wise expenditure and well-organized machine that we want the district to be, so that you can look your constituents in the eye and say, I am very comfortable with how we are budgeting our funds. So please ask any question you'd like to. You're going to hear updates about where we are. I would like to emphasize it has been a source of frustration for previous board members to assume that a budget needs to be a reflection of our finances. You are not going to find in this budget where we are financially. There are other places for that. A budget is simply a guide for every organization to know what are the approved limits of their spending. And so I would ask that you not impose upon the budget that it answers all of your financial questions. You'll find that if you can compartmentalize and say, this budget is simply a guide so that we spend wisely. It is not necessarily a reflection of all of our financial situation. You will feel a lot better about this budget. So please ask any question that you'd like, but we have a wonderful presentation. I would like to pay tribute to our business administrator. I think we have the very best business administrator in the state of Utah, and I think he has the best staff in the state of Utah. And everything they touch is well thought out, well planned. I think the three that are here in this room are some of the most integrity-filled human beings that I have ever met, and I think they represent us well, and their work is indicative of the honor that we as a district expect in our financial status. So we're going to start with the superintendent, who is the chief financial officer of our district. He is, one of his main accountabilities is over the finances, and then we will turn the time over to our business administrator, who is the business administrator.
Thank you very much. John has asked that I go through the presentation tonight. I'm just kidding. Of course, he would not ask me to do that, but I am the chief budget officer by law, and I just want to emphasize, re-emphasize what Mr. Dunford said, that I have the highest confidence in John Larson personally and professionally, and everyone in the department is of high integrity, high skill, a high level of dedication. I'm very, very grateful for the work that they do. They are really at the core of what we do as a district, and other districts ask for their help. They are exemplary in every way, and I appreciate the work done by those who are here and those in the department who are not here. This is a very complicated process. If you have worked with a budget before, even on a large scale, the large-scale budget of a government entity with federal, state, and local requirements is probably even more complex than whatever you're working with. Even those who are charged at the state level with responsibility for establishing rules and implementing them have to check when we ask questions. And that's not any criticism, it's just that there are a lot of moving parts to this, complexities that go well beyond a household budget or even the budget of a business. When I talk with people and they say, oh, and I say, well, you know, if we have an opening, are you interested in applying? They say, no, that is far too complex for me to be interested in. So it's really difficult work, but we get very clear answers, and it's important work because of two different things. Because first of all, as Mr. Dunford indicated, we receive the funds that we receive from taxing our citizens. So it's very important that we use, that we're careful about the way that funds are used. But also, when you create a budget, what you're saying this is important to us. This is what we value. And so it's a reflection of our values. A budget is a reflection of our values. And I appreciate the board's intentional approach to budgeting. As has been said about other agenda items, what you see in the general session or in a budget hearing is a reflection of a lot of behind-the-scenes work from each individual board member, from the finance committee, from staff. So this is the final product. This isn't a representation of all of the work that's been done. This is the culmination of all the work that's been done. So I'm fortunate to work with Mr. Larson and his staff, grateful for who they are and the work they do, and I turn it to John.
Thank you all very much. Let's pull this up and yeah. All right. I think we're good. Thank you very much. As was mentioned, there's three members, well, actually, there's 4 members of my staff here tonight, 3 of which have direct help with the budget. I just have to say thank you for Mr. Dan Ellis and especially Mr. Jason Mott for their work on this. This is a big endeavor, and there's a lot of information here I'm going to share with you tonight that was, we were adjusting even this afternoon, trying to make sure it was clear data, accurate data, and was helpful. And really that's my intent, is to make sure that this presentation is helpful for the board, but even more so for the public, that the public can understand what's happening. Okay, so tonight, budget summary. We are presenting a balanced budget where revenues and other funds that are available are in excess of the planned expenditures. This does include the negotiated agreements, construction projects, and health insurance premiums. Major variables I want to cover tonight include operational changes, and there's quite a few of those, and we'll go over each one of them. State revenues, compensation, negotiated agreements, our enrollment changes, which directly drives our funding and also our expenses, our assessed valuation, and then there's 3 questions that were asked in Finance Committee meeting that I'm going to go over those, and these are center around conversations the board has had about different areas and trying to understand those areas further. So I hope to be able to cover those well for you. First of all, operational changes. These are the things that are set to change that were accounted for in this budget. Health insurance premiums was a large part of that. Health insurance has cost considerably more in the past few years. Along with that, the board, through the negotiated agreements, has been very generous in helping employees and simplifying the premium structure we have, which is very much appreciated. Interest revenue is a component of the budget that we have anticipated. The Federal Reserve, the Open Markets Committee, has indicated that they'll be reducing interest rates at least twice this coming year, so this budget is anticipating that as well. We do have the Jordan Learning Center opening September of this year. I'll talk more about that when we get to the capital projects budget. There are retirement system changes that the state has announced, and so those are incorporated. We have allocated cost increases for utilities, maintenance, and transportation areas to cover not just inflation, but some increased services as well for transportation. State risk management premiums have gone up. Registration fees by statute have been eliminated, and the board has asked that I put in budget to offset that. So that is in the budget. There is also budgeted an additional custodian at each of the 6 traditional brick and mortar high schools. And of course, we have increased costs for school resource officers each year. Additionally, budget has been included for the sanctioning of esports, additional MTSS, PBIS staff, and stipends for interns, SLPs, audiologists, OTs, and BTs. Additional funding for UFly, phonics, and books, and additional teachers to help address class size concerns across the district, but sometimes class size concerns that are created with virtual and DLI programs. And Google Workspace for Education Plus, and budget for an internal auditor. So those are the changes that we've incorporated into this budget.
Does the board see its handiwork? All that we have been debating and discussing has now coming to fruition.
So these are incorporated into the budget, as Mr. Dunford indicated earlier. Some of them are so large that they go in chunks, and we will deal with the thousands of account codes they touch later. But all of these are in the budget in some fashion. I just want to pause there because this is really the change part. The rest of the budget is going to be going over just numbers, trends, and answering some other questions. So does the board have any questions or comments on these changes? Okay, I'll proceed then. The board asked a couple years ago if we could provide examples of cost reductions that we've had. This year we had 5 positions that the district has reduced, and those are on your screen. So we've been able to find areas where we think we can reduce staff when there's an opportunity as someone retires or leaves a position, and try to be as efficient as we can in our staffing. The state revenue is a very large component of our funding. The state legislature allocated an additional $180 per WPU, which is a 4% increase, yielding about $13.6 million. They also gave a large portion of money for the educator salary adjustment increase of $1,446 per educator for $5.5 million. We do have an increase in our charter school subsidy that we're required to do of $400,000, which nets about an $18.7 million increase in revenues. Something I like to point out in the budget hearing is that a 1% increase to the WPU yields about $3.4 million. And the reason that's of interest is because on this next slide, a 1% wage increase is $4.9 million. So it's just 2 different bases, and sometimes people think that they should be equal, but it's 1% of 2 different sets of numbers.
I do want to point out, if the board's interested, page 7 of the budget book has a history of the WPU. So you can see how the WPU has changed over time.
Yeah, I hope that. The budget book, we try to put in a lot of information.
A lot of
there
golden nuggets in there.
Yeah, and I'm not going to have those in this presentation. There's some of them will be, but if you can, dig into the budget book. Some good information there. The board allocated and approved steps, lanes, and pay increases this year of totaling $22.1 million. This bar chart is our enrollment and the changes in it over the past few years. This is of particular interest to me, is since 2022, we're projecting a decrease of 1,469 students, or a middle school. So that is very strange for Jordan School District. A new trajectory. Now, as we talked earlier in the year, you know that that's somewhat temporary, and it's I think the phrase was a tale of 2 districts. We have some areas growing and some areas decreasing. Of particular note for me is the elementary numbers and the high school numbers, kind of doing some different things there, and you can see as the students come through the system. But that decrease in student numbers comes at a time where there's increased valuation. And a key metric that we look at is assessed valuation per student. And you see that has increased the last few years quite a bit over the previous years. But we're looking at next year being relatively flat, a growth for sure, but not as much as in the past. This is based on the legislative estimates. This is a comparison of that same
John?
number. Yes.
Sorry, could I ask you a real quick question? What
Yeah.
does valuation per student mean?
Thank you. Assessed valuation is the accumulated valuation of all the property within Jordan School District's boundaries. Roughly I think it's $47 billion. All the property that can be taxed, $47 billion, and if you divide that out by the student number, this is where it comes to.
Thank you.
Yeah. This one is based on the numbers from the State Board of Education, and this is based off of last year and a projection, but we will always update this as we get better numbers. Does that help?
Can I interject one more time?
Yeah.
If you'll turn to page 54 of your budget book, you will see how we compare to all the other districts in terms of assessed value per student. The the fourth item per line will tell you. Now, what that tells you is you take the total property values, divide by the number of students. So the more valuable the property, the higher that number would be. The more students, the lower that number would be. So you can compare all of the Wasatch Front school districts in terms of assessed value per student. And that will tell you a great deal about the property value within Jordan School District compared to the number of students. We get a lot of bang for our buck because we just do not have the commercial entities that bring in large property values like other districts along the Wasatch Front. So that is a major challenge that Jordan School District faces. We are primarily a residential district. Residential property is assessed very differently than business property. So that's very indicative, and I want the board to recognize those numbers. If you look at across the districts, the difference in assessed value per student is staggering. Just wanted to interject. One of the gems of the budget book is to have them all back to back. Now you got to look at 55 or 54 and 56 because there's more school districts on page 55.
So you want that number trending up?
You want that the more that number trends up, that means the more money received from property for those students.
Right. It's a measure of the ability of a board to raise additional funds for students. So some boards can do a very, very small tax increase and yield tens of millions of dollars. And other boards have to do a much larger tax increase to yield a few $1 million. This graph that I have on the screen here is meant to illustrate that over time with these Salt Lake County districts. Jordan has been the lowest among the 5 districts in Salt Lake County for quite some time, Granite just being a little bit above us. But you can see the substantial difference there among the other districts. And to illustrate how much money that is per student, this slide talks about what if each of the districts had the exact same tax rate. How much money would they be yielding per student? So Salt Lake School District yields $6,908 more per student than Jordan School District does. It's just a phenomenal difference when you look at it that way. Granite's pretty close to us, but the others are quite a ways out there. So to compare the entire state, this graph will show that same figure for the entire state. And you can see Jordan's about a third of the way up. The average here is a simple average. But when you take assessed value per student and you multiply that by a tax rate, so here's the tax rates across the state, again with a simple average, and Jordan about a third of the way up, but below the state average. So below the state average on assessed value, but but not a lot, but also below average on tax rates, but not a lot. But when you multiply those, we become, the yield, the tax yield, then becomes quite a bit below average when you multiply those out.
Let me speak normal board. That was brilliantly stated by a finance expert. Let me speak normal board member. If you have more look at Park City's property values. They should tax the least. So these should be reciprocals of each other. So if you have more value per student, you should actually have the smallest tax rate because you don't need to tax rate because your property yields more money. So Park City is down towards the bottom of the next one, tax rate. And that makes sense. They just don't need to because their property yields so much money. So these should be reciprocal. So if we're on the if we're below average on one list, we should be above average on the other list. The fact that we're not is astounding. What that means is we don't have the higher rates we should have to account for the lower property values that we do have. That's why these are so astounding, is because rarely are you below average on assessed value and below average on tax rates. We need to herald that. We need to celebrate that we have less, our property values are less than most districts, and yet our tax rate is less than most districts. That's astounding. And that's the history of Jordan, doing more with less.
Yeah, well said.
That speaks to our efficiency. That speaks to our integrity. Yeah.
This total tax yield includes all the taxes attributed to Jordan School District, including the state-directed taxes. Now, the state-directed taxes I'll get into a little bit more later, but the state directs 66% of our tax rate in 24-25, whereas the board has 34%, so 1/3. There's state ratios and guarantees and things that come into play here which complicate this, and I hope to shed some light on that later today. The operational yield, I like to take that total yield and divide it up into categories that make a little more sense. Operational yield, and this one is without the charter or basic levy, because those two are not directly given to the district. The basic levy is in lieu of WPU. Charter levy, we don't even see it. We have to count it, but we don't ever see it. It goes straight to them. So this is the tax yield of our taxes compared to all the other districts in the state that we can use for operations. The orange is the voted in board state contribution. The state has a guarantee amount for voted in board tax levies, so that poorer districts of that assessed valuation number that we talked about earlier can receive some state help in overcoming that low valuation per student. So you can see some districts have larger oranges and than Jordan, but that's where we fell for this current year. Now, the next one is the facilities yield. How much do we tax for facilities? Now, this one includes capital tax rate as well as the debt tax rate. And you can just see the two different colors there for the two different rates in case you're interested. But again, we're near the bottom. So I look at both of these charts and I come to the same conclusion that we're doing pretty well. Okay. Finance Committee discussed 3 questions that I'll touch on briefly. The first one is the per student cost and the Utah Fits All Scholarship. What's going on between the two there? Inflation and government funding impacts. How does inflation impact different governments differently? And the voted in board guarantee minimum tax rate impact. So I'll go through those briefly. First, I want to start with this. Per student cost is a very common data point in education in order to try to do some comparisons and to try to understand where some efficiencies are or are not, and try to understand one's operations. But I want to be clear that a per student cost is just an average. We are talking about people, individuals with names, personalities, and individual behaviors and choices, desires for life. These are not widgets. And so I don't want a conversation about per student cost to us to lose focus on people. People have different needs, and therefore their costs are going to be different. And that doesn't mean one is better or worse or anything else than another, because we are here to serve all students. So the range of costs can be quite significant. We could have thousands of kids that cost a couple of $1,000s each, and we could have a few kids that cost a lot more. It just depends on the services needed, and the average is simply an average. That's all it's intended to be. It's not intended to overlook needs of others. So I hope we don't lose sight of that. So if state public education dollars are given to those already not in public education, and if the state public education dollars given to families to leave public education are greater than their cost to public education, then I come to three conclusions of what's going to happen. The first is the cost to the state is certainly going to increase. And it's going to increase for two reasons. They're operating 3 education systems now across the state. Well, whenever you operate a system, that comes with its own costs. You have public schools with locally elected school boards. You have charter schools that are funded on a statewide average of property taxes. And then you have this third system of paying people to not be in the other 2 systems. But beyond that, the cost of the state's going to increase because the state then is paying someone $8,000 that used to cost the system $0. So the state cost is going to increase. Number 2, the lowest cost students are going to be incentivized to leave public education. Because if they're paid $4,000 and yet their cost to the system was a couple thousand, they'll feel the incentive to leave. Therefore, the average cost per student of public education will increase. So I'm just an accountant, and I look at costs and I look at trends and I try to figure out things. I'm not a policymaker, but I kind of look at this and I kind of wonder, I have to ask some questions in my mind. If it's going to increase costs, then what's the motive? What's the incentive here? And I don't really know that. I do have to ask myself the question, what about the zoo, or what about state parks, or what about other entities that we don't have a similar system for? We don't pay people to not use the state park. So I'm just curious. I don't know beyond that. I do know school districts naturally have higher costs on an average per student basis. Why? Because there's several things that we do that others don't do. For example, transportation to and from school is required, preschool is required, CTE classes. We have very highly specialized and intense special education offerings. Adult education, GED, school breakfast, lunch programs, and of course our class offerings of athletics, arts, advanced placement, concurrent enrollment, and so on. This last one here is also large to me, and we are prepared to accept all students. We don't have limits on our enrollments. So naturally our costs per student are going to be higher. So second question that we talked about in Finance Committee meeting, briefly is inflation and its impact on government entities. There's two basic systems of tax. One is a fixed percentage, and the other one is a floating percentage. A fixed percentage is something like a sales tax or an income tax. It's just the percentage is fixed, and so as inflation happens, there is more tax yield coming in. The floating percentage is like a property tax, where I don't know that most people understand that about our property tax system in Utah, but we have a floating tax rate property tax system. The certified tax rate, as values go up, require that the rate float down to offset the increased valuation. Now, there is additional revenues that come in for new growth, new properties, new taxes on properties that weren't there the year before. But other than that, it floats down. Values go up, rates go down to be revenue neutral. School districts, we receive property tax funds. All of our other funds really come through the legislature. And the legislature has been pretty good to provide an inflationary increase on all those other funds. We just don't have it for property taxes. So a comparison of this with the different tax systems with a fixed percentage and a floating percentage, I just put in here an example of sales tax, how if there's inflation, sales tax yield will go up. And if there's inflation on income tax yield will go up, even with an income tax rate reduction. It'll still go down, the revenue will still go up. On a floating percentage or a dollar-based tax system like a property tax, if the value goes up, the rate must float down to yield the same dollars. So I hope that kind of illustrated the different tax systems and its impact on inflation. The third question.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe one of the reasons why people don't understand that is because housing rates and property valuations have historically just gone up.
Mhm.
If the reverse happened 2, 3, 4 years where valuations went down and their tax rate stayed the same, they would wonder, wait a minute, that's the same amount I paid last year and the year before and the year before, and my house is worth less than it was 4 years ago. So, but the other direction, yeah, they don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot going into the tax calculation. The certified tax rate calculation includes how much business property is pulling in, and if the legislature were to lower the personal property tax for businesses, the way this calculation works, that is an instant tax increase on homeowners because it is a revenue neutral principle. And so there's tons of things going into this, and every homeowner has a unique situation. And so we look at averages to try to see how that works, but it's not going to be a universal truth for every property owner.
So is this also why our legislators have been able to reduce our taxes each year in the last 5 or 6 years? It's because they're bringing in more.
Yes.
So if we could have our property tax collect based upon the increasing values, we would also have to be doing the same. We'd have to say, we collected too much from you, here's a reduction. But because ours doesn't it's calculated different, we're not able to go back and say, here's a tax break.
That's right. Okay, the third area is the minimum tax rates and state funding. School districts are very unique compared to other government entities in that we have legislated to us that we must enact minimum property tax rates. I don't know of any, now I'm not an expert in any other government entity, but I'm not aware of any other entity that has a minimum property tax rate they are told they have to do through the legislature, through statute. And in order to get that to that minimum, you're required to do a truth in taxation hearing to tell the public, well, we're raising your rate, but we're raising it to meet this minimum as one reason. The basic levy is a minimum tax rate. By statute, the legislature will indicate what their target revenue figure is for the statewide basic levy. And that is not subject to truth in taxation, but we're required to levy that minimum. The voted and board levies, a lot of people don't understand or know that these also have a statutory minimum for them. And in order for us to keep that rate at that minimum, we would have to raise the tax rate. So we were talking about earlier, as property values go up, the rate naturally floats down for revenue neutrality. Well, but if the rate floats down too much, the way this system works is we would be forced to then raise taxes in order to get our state money. So we can see this happening over time as values have gone up, and yet the property tax rate is floating down, that we have to keep coming up in order to meet that. So a couple of examples, and I'm just going to use Walmart. Hope that's okay. But if an existing Walmart has an increase in value associated to it, the district does not receive any additional money because of the certified tax rate process, where it offsets the increase to the floating down rate. And then I already covered this last part. If it falls down too low, then we would have to raise the rate.
What are some possible consequences if the district failed intentionally to not meet those minimums that the state mandates?
Then we would lose state funding. There's state funding specifically tied to us keeping those minimums. I'll tell you, it's not huge, but it would be, I'm trying to remember the dollar amount right now, but it's like $160 a student.
But it's like throwing money in a garbage can.
Yes, it would be.
And this is one of the reasons we had to do the truth in taxation several years ago, because we were on probation from the state. We had floated down below the minimum. Is that correct?
We floated down, and so back then there was a look back period where they would warn you in essence and say, hey, you need to raise your taxes. That warning period has now been reduced to 1 year. So it's pretty much gone. And so if we ever get in that situation, we may be in a situation where we would be asking, okay, well, do we raise taxes or do we lose state money?
And is that a consequence of being maybe in the lower third so do some of the more wealthy school districts not have to worry about it because they don't receive that state funding anyway?
Mr. Barnett, you are very astute and brilliant. Yes, that's exactly right. And I want to go through some examples of that because I don't think a lot of people understand this because it isn't universal. It isn't for every district, and it's not for every government entity. And so it's pretty unique to these districts that are in that bottom grouping of values. Okay, so here's my first example, and I hope this addresses your question. I've got a few of these slides here, but this one is on the basic levy. So the basic levy happens to be one that the legislature, by statute, has said needs to be separated out on everybody's tax notice. So everybody can see it separate. This is the one the legislature sets, target balance, what they want to yield across the state. I just have Jordan with another LEA. Pick whoever you want. I mean, it's just 15,000 students versus 57,000 students, but we have the exact same taxable value. The basic levy is the same across the state, so the yield of the basic levy is going to be the exact same, but the amount per student is going to be vastly different. The basic levy is tied to the WPU, how much money we receive from the WPU. So the state says you get $4,674 per WPU. Well, this other LEA was yielding $4,400. So the state's only going to give them $262 a student. Whereas a district like Jordan, the state guaranteed $4,674, but we only yield, in this example, $1,161. So the state's going to make up that difference. And you can see how much the dollars are to the two different districts. Again, same property value, but Jordan's going to get a lot more money from the state, but both districts are going to get the same amount of money in property taxes. So whatever you receive on the basic levy, if you receive more on the basic levy, who gets more money? Who gets to keep more money? The state. Does that make sense? So if property values go up and the state doesn't change their levy amount, the state yields more money that then they can lower income taxes with. Okay, this next example, same thing, basic levy, except this time a new Walmart is built. Brand new Walmart. And I just assumed, I don't know anything about Walmarts, but I'm just going to assume they're $25 million. So the property value, taxable value on both districts has increased $25 million. Same basic levy. We have a different yield per student. Same calculation. Both districts receive the same amount, although they're both receiving a little more now, because now they have additional tax revenue off this new Walmart that's been constructed. So the state is going to reduce their funding to both districts. So the state benefits when that happens. Okay, now, specifically to Mr. Barnett's question here, the voted and board portion is the portion that's meant to help the poorest districts in the state. Same example with the two LEAs, Jordan and another one. This calculation is based on the weighted pupil units, and it's based on the 002 tax rate of voted and board. And you can see how much both districts are yielding the $94 million. But in this example, Jordan yields an additional $11 million of state revenues because of the low yield per WPU of $1,343, and the state guarantee was $1,505. So again, if the value goes up, who gets more money? If we construct that same Walmart in both of these districts of $25 million, both districts had an increase of $50,000 in taxes. But the LEA that is not subject to these guarantees, because they were considered well off, they were that top echelon of districts, they get to keep the $50,000 of additional tax revenue because it's new construction, not subject to the certified tax rate or revenue neutrality principle. But a district like Jordan, that new Walmart gets built, what happens to that $50,000? We get $50,000 new taxes, and the state says, congratulations, now we're going to send you $50,000 less money. So the state benefits from that situation as well. So that's why I'm very grateful for the state in helping us out with these calculations, but that's what puts Jordan District and others in our similar situation in a little bit of a weird situation that a lot of property taxpayers don't understand, and I'm afraid a lot of state folks don't understand that when there's new construction here, we don't benefit like they think we do. We don't see that because the state is the one that's actually benefiting because they're reducing their guarantee that they're going to provide to us.
This is a loaded question. You might not be able to answer it, but is our financing of education, how we fund education, is it common throughout the country, or are we kind of different than everyone else? I'm sorry, that's a loaded question. And you can say pass. Yeah, you say I don't know.
I really don't know. I have not researched other states' financing.
But that might be a good thing for our governing committee to look into and maybe work to fix this.
And I hope, yeah, I want to just shed light on the way the calculation works. I like the calculation in that the state helps us, because a district like Jordan needs that support from the state in order to compete, as we saw earlier, with our neighbors who all have much higher tax values. So I hope this isn't interpreted as a complaint about the state's calculation as much as shedding light on, well, we don't benefit like others will when they do have growth. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, that does.
Is another way to say this that the school district does not enrich itself when there's this new construction, and the state tries to recoup its losses or investment when
Yeah.
this occurs?
Yeah. And the reason these minimums were put in place years ago was because the state wanted to be sure that local school boards had, the phrase they used was skin in the game. They wanted to be sure that that local boards were contributing as well, that they just weren't saying, great, state, fund us, and never trying to fund themselves either. They wanted a partnership, and so they set up this calculation to try to hold local boards accountable to keeping up with them. But again, I just don't think very many people locally or at the state understand this ramification of it.
John, could you clarify something for me? So on the current slide you're on, it says that it's the voted board levy state yield per WPU and then the state guarantee. But up on the slide before, it talked about the basic state guarantee WPU. So what is this difference? Because at first it's 4,674 and now it's 1,505. So what is the difference there? Would you clarify that, please?
Yes. Two different systems happening here. So the first two slides I showed, I'm going to go back. This slide here is the first one dealing with the basic levy. The basic levy is tied to the WPU. The WPU is the guarantee value of 4,674, where the state says, we guarantee you will receive $4,674 per, I'm going to make this simple and just say student, per student. But the state says, every dollar you yield off of that basic levy, we're going to reduce how much we send you in that guarantee. So this next slide also deals with the basic levy, and those two are basic levy and WPU guarantees that are tied. There's a whole nother system that ties the voted and board levy to what they call the voted and board guarantee. So there's the basic levy and WPU guarantee, and then there's the voted and board levy and the voted and board guarantee. And that guarantee is $1,505 per. And I'm going to make it simple and say student. It's per WPU, but generally speaking, a WPU is one student. So two different systems, but they have the same result of the state benefits when there's growth in property tax values. Okay. I think that's pretty much all the new stuff. So the rest of this is somewhat similar to prior years.
We figured you'd probably have the same questions we had in Finance Committee, and so we wanted John to present that same material to all of you. It's things we talk about, but to have the slides, to see it on the slides sometimes is a little, wow, that's astounding.
That's very good thing.
The district has 8 funds. Funds of the district is a separate accounting system to be sure that restricted monies are not spent outside of their purpose. And these are the 8 major categories that we have, and I will quickly go through each of them. But first I wanted to say district-wide, if you accumulated everything together, this pie chart will show you all of our revenues and where the district's funds are received. As you can see, 82.9% of our revenues is determined by the state or federal government. They set it for you. We don't have a lot outside of that. In fact, a lot of it is interest revenue here. But the property taxes that the board controls, 10.2%. It's really quite small. This is a line chart just showing the expenditures and revenues and fund balance for the 3 prior years, the current year, and proposed next year based on the budget. We do know that the budget for the current year is going to overstate our revenues and expenditures because of expenditure-driven grants. We also know that expenditures will be overstated because there'll be some carryover funds that someone didn't use some funds, so we'll carry those over to next year. So let's start with the general fund. The purpose of the general fund is well, by legal definition, it's everything that isn't in some other fund. But the general fund is just mostly salaries, benefits, textbooks, supplies, utilities. It's the day-to-day operation stuff. Approximately 88.8% of this fund is spent on salaries and benefits. This is the fund balances at the end of the budget period, coming up in the different buckets that we would have remaining in the budget. This is another view of those buckets with last year, the current year, and next year. This is also demonstrated on page 17 of your budget book. This is where the budget would show we would end the year if everything happened as budgeted, which of course doesn't happen. Interest is going to be different. Property taxes are going to be different. Lots of things happen. So this next slide is a reflective of page 24 in the budget book, which the board asked for several years ago, which was an excellent addition. I love this page in the budget book that excludes all of these contingencies and carryovers and things. So this is a more realistic view of where we may end up, and yet the budget is going to be this chart. So you can kind of go back and forth here and see that. The major difference here is going to be one of the budget nuances that unassigned fund balance needs to be 0. And so that has been done as required, but we anticipate that will come back as we revisit this in December's budget hearing. The general funds line chart, you can see the history here. This is the different functions, what we call functions. This is what the Federal Department of Education, the National Center for Educational Statistics, indicates that we are to categorize all of our expenditures by. And you can see the different categories in case you ever wondered where some cost was allocated. That's where it's going to be charged to. This is the pie chart just showing those different functions. We are anticipating instruction, classroom instruction, to be 67% of the general fund's costs. Maintenance and operation of our facilities, including utilities, custodians, just facility repairs, keeping up things, 8.6%. Let's see, student services. We have a lot of services provided to students, including counselors, psychologists, audiologists, SLPs. A lot of services for students are there at 7.2%. This pie chart looks at it a little differently. This is the object. So this tries to get to what is it that we're actually buying. Is it a salary? Is it a wage? Is it a utility? What is it? And if you add these up, that's where you get the 88.8% of the general fund is spent on compensation. So very, very large portion of our budget is spent on people.
Can I pause? When the public comes at a tax, a TNT and says, you've got fat in your budget that needs to be trimmed, 88.8% of our budget is spent on people. So that means if we trim fat, we're trimming people. That's significant to remember. 88.8% of our budget is spent on people doing their job.
And if we cut down on people, what we're paying people, that would have a trickle-down effect throughout our whole
The
economy.
quality of the education we provide.
Well, and our economy, because people would lose jobs, they would being the largest employer, I think, has a huge impact upon that.
This is one of my favorite charts. I really appreciate Mr. Mott helping me with revising this a little bit this afternoon, the last minute. I like this chart because it really shows what's been happening the last few years. And if we go back even 20 years, you can see it's even more drastic. But the result of hundreds of new laws happening to public education every year is that we are receiving less and less unrestricted money and more restricted money, which creates more and more, I'll just say, hoops to jump through. Regulations, rules, people to oversee it, administration, overhead. That bright pink is increasing quite a bit. The state restricted funding in 10 years has increased 10%, whereas the state unrestricted funding has fallen 15%. I want to call attention to the blue bar. You may have to look close. That is the Board of Education's taxes there. Now the gray.
Can I ask on that one still?
Yeah.
In fiscal year 18 and 19, there is no blue?
It was so negligible, it doesn't show. In fact, there was one year, as Mr. Robinson indicated, there was a year that we actually went below the state minimums. And so, yeah, it doesn't show. So the gray, there were still property taxes. I mean, again, in the spirit of trying to shed light on this, there were absolutely still property taxes, but the vast majority of those property taxes, for the general fund especially, were required property taxes by the state in order for us to get the state funding that we received. And that's that gray bar.
I'm looking at this, and I've seen this trend in previous years, the unrestricted versus the restricted. And the thought that comes to mind is, over the years, either the public has gone to their legislators complaining about how the school district is using funds across the state, which is forcing or which is encouraging lawmakers to do what they're doing here. It seems like there's maybe a lack of trust between state lawmakers and LEAs, that they don't trust us and other school boards with the money that they're giving us. So they're giving it to us still, but they're telling us how they want it spent. That's kind of what I don't know what else would explain that, but that's what I've determined in my own mind.
And I think sometimes they have good ideas that they want to make sure every district in the state. So I guess that does boil down to trust, but they might come up with a new idea that they want everybody to do. And so they'll allocate funds for their particular new program. Anyway, but I think I agree with you, Brian, that it probably all boils down to, can the school districts be trusted to use the funds appropriately? Or do we need to tell them exactly how to?
No, it wasn't a question, just an observation.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to respond to that. I would welcome, I would welcome dialogue and information sharing and understanding, mutual understanding and collaboration. My fear is there's a lot of people that don't know this, and so they're proceeding on a normal path, what they view as a normal path, without knowing, well, there's ramifications for these trends. Okay, I'm moving on now to the debt service fund. This is essentially our mortgage payments for general obligation bond debt. This one, we're paying off our debt rapidly, so you can see our annual payments are decreasing, and therefore our revenues for the debt levy also decrease. We will be pretty much near a zero balance this year, as we paid off an entire bond series this year. Here's a history of our principal and interest, outstanding principal. Now, usually you don't say outstanding interest, but we know what the interest is that we have signed up to pay for. So we've included that to be fully transparent on this. But this is an interesting chart to me to see where we were. You can see the bond passing, the construction of all those schools, and then how quickly it's coming down. This chart has always been very, I love this chart because it really shows, I believe, a restraint in debt, and it shows our wanting to keep things level. We're well below average on our long-term debt per student. Next fund is the Capital Projects Fund.
Before you
Sorry.
go on, I kind of want to applaud that. That's great.
Yeah. The Capital Projects Fund is a very unique fund because its purpose is all of these construction projects, equipment, buses, lease revenue bond payments. So this is the other bond payments, lease revenue bond payments here. This fund has always got an interesting line graph to it as we see monies come in for various projects and then spent on various projects. We do have budgeted here the beginnings of the West Jordan High School remodel. You just don't see the subsequent years out that we'll be bringing that fund balance down further, that we'll be talking about in Finance Committee and I'm sure as a board in the future as well. The construction projects for this year are really two major ones. The Jordan Learning Center that was purchased and constructed with fund balance, scheduled to open this September. For preschool, virtual learning academies, the Jordan Credit Center, and Jordan Education Foundation. And then, like I mentioned, the West Jordan High School remodel is included as well. Nutrition Services has no property taxes in it at all. This is funded by state and federal contributions as well as user charges. And there is no proposed increase to the meal prices for this coming year. Here's this fund's chart, and to me, when I see this, I see two outliers. One is the revenue back in 21-22. That was due to the federal government providing a lot of additional funds for this program. The other line that stands out to me is the black line showing the decrease in fund balance, as we're seeing we're utilizing the balance here, but we're not going to not proposing a meal price increase this year.
But if that trend doesn't improve, we may be in future years.
Yes, that's correct.
We had gone, what, 13 or 14 years?
Um,
A lot, I know.
Let me see, it was 14 years where we went without an increase, but our last increase was just 2 years ago. I don't think, I mean, I'm gonna predict something. I don't think we're gonna see another 14 years before we have to increase prices.
John, in Finance Committee, you showed us a difference in the number of kids eating lunch. Could you address that? Because I think one of the things we need to understand is fewer and fewer kids are eating lunch with lunch services. So I'm looking at page 40, is that where it was?
41.
41, there it is. Number of average daily participation. Look at that. Look at that trend.
How much of that is due to COVID?
And
This started in 21, 22.
Weren't we still funding free lunch then or not?
No, I think the next year we weren't.
We funded
It was still federally funded free lunch in 21-22 school year, I'm pretty sure.
I'm curious if we
Still
break
decreasing.
that out by age group, because I feel like elementaries probably stay pretty steady and secondary drops off. But I don't know if that's actual reality or just what I imagine.
Because you think more people are going out to lunch?
Yeah, I think secondary students don't even. I was recently touring one of our high schools and shocked by how small it was, and they were like, because most students never enter the lunchroom their entire high school career. So we're building them smaller.
I really couldn't speak to why the trend is there. I can speak to because that trend is there, we are seeing less revenue, which is contributing to the loss in this fund.
Thank you, John. I just wanted to point that out, that fewer people are eating.
The self-insurance fund accounts for our health and accident insurance, workers' compensation, disability, and life insurance. This one has a similar trend down of our fund balance. I think I mentioned it at our last budget hearing, that this is really an area that I'm focused on, concerned about, just anxious to see how this goes. I sincerely appreciate the board's help in this area. I think the insurance committee has done a good job as well in trying to do what we can to provide a good insurance plan for our employees and yet keep it solvent and keep it going. The health insurance balance itself, if you recall correctly, the self-insurance fund is composed of two different programs. One is our self-insurance and the other one is our workers' compensation program. The workers' compensation program will still have a healthy balance next year. It's really the health insurance program that I'm concerned about. So the balance you're seeing here is mostly the workers' compensation balance. In fact, I have the number here. It's of the 7.2 million, the health insurance balance would be 1.5 million of that 7.2. Yeah. Considering the amount of money that's going through here, and trust me, I feel a weight of 3,400 families depending on this health insurance, and I want to see it successful.
Yeah, if you look at the gap between revenue and expenditure, proposed, there's a $2 million difference there, right? We're guessing, we're estimating that we're going to spend, the expenditures will be 2 million more than revenue.
Now, most of that gap there is due to the workers' compensation part of this fund
Okay.
that we're trying to bring down its balance. So we have one half of this is has adequate fund balance, in fact, more than adequate fund balance, and so we're intentionally not trying to pull in more on that side of it, whereas on the health insurance piece, we're trying to pull in some more to buoy it up and make it good for the future. This, if you recall, too, maybe to put this in perspective here, is our target balance should be around 23 million on this fund.
I'm expecting, and I would hope other board members would expect this as well, some updates along the way, not just till next June.
Okay, gladly. Yeah. There were several plan changes made this year. This is a summary of them. First one was renaming it. We've had the names Traditional Value and Star Plans for quite some time. The insurance committee felt like if we could rename them to Base Plus and Base, Traditional to Base Plus and the Value Plan to Base, people would understand a little clearer that the Base Plus is a buy up. You're buying additional coverage, but you have an additional premium to offset that additional coverage. They didn't feel like the word traditional adequately conveyed that. Other changes, deductibles were increased on the base and the Star plans, co-pays increased on the base, out-of-pocket maximum. There is a district match for HSA contributions. That will be new for Jordan. Many employers that have HSAs contribute. We have not done that. This year, the committee felt like we should enter that arena and start contributing. Premium changes were all changed so that employees all have the same premiums. The Base Plus premiums increased and the Base and the Star plans decreased.
One question, sorry, as I was thinking, what happens if we run out of money in that fund?
You know, that's actually a really good question. And I'm going to pause right here and I'm going to go back because in the interest of time, I was trying to rush through some of these, but the answer to your question, I believe, can be answered well on this slide. The board had talked about, the committee talked about, and then we talked with the board about adjusting the general fund's assigned balance for our insurance plan. So we do have some funds set aside in the general fund, should that be necessary. The funds set aside in the general fund are meant to offset the amount below the target balance that we are in the insurance fund. So that between the two, we have that target balance and we have a safety net.
Okay.
So we've adjusted this, the assignment for personnel here has increased in order to compensate for that decline in the health insurance fund. So should we need it, we would turn to the general fund. I sincerely hope not to have to do that, but that's the purpose of this, is to say we've got your back, employees. We're good. We're just going to keep taking this every year and do what we can at it. But if somehow we miss the mark, we have a plan B, if you will. which to me, again, thanks to the board, I think that's phenomenal support for employees. I love it. Okay, the pass-through taxes fund. This is an interesting fund because we don't see any of the money that comes into this fund. We never touch it, receive it in our bank accounts, anything, but we are required to account for it. This money goes on to other government entities. This is intriguing to me because this represents 12% of the property taxes that we're required to report, but 12% we never see. It's just off to charters and other entities. Because it's never touches our book, the fund balance is always zero. It's just we're required to report money in and money out. This is the history of the charter local replacement. This is the amount of money that we're required to help the state fund charter schools with. The school districts are required to contribute to help out with that state average funding for charter schools. This by no means is the only funding for charter schools. The state provides by far the vast majority of the funding. This is just an offset to help the state with that. The Jordan Education Foundation is our last fund. This is our foundation to support the district in its endeavors. Because it's a foundation, the budget here is set a little high to anticipate donations. Oh, it isn't our last one, sorry. Student Activities Fund has a major change this coming year in that registration fees are eliminated and curricular fees, or some curricular fees, will be eliminated starting in fiscal year 27. But this is where monies that are brought in directly at the school level are accounted for. Because of registration fees going down, you can see a drop in revenue illustrated here, bringing down the fund balance. And I think we have the lowest fund balance in our Student Activities Fund. Well, I better not say lowest because that's pretty finite, but one of the lowest across the entire state. So tax rates. The proposed
Can I go back to that last one? Is that a
Yeah.
good thing to be low, or is that a bad thing?
Well,
And
that-
it means we're spending this year's money on this year's students, correct?
Depends on your philosophy, exactly. So, of course, if you have a fund balance of 75%, is that a bad thing or a good thing? Well, it's great for the people operating the programs because they know they have lots of money, but it's not necessarily great for the people that paid into those programs,
Yeah.
that we're expecting something out of them.
Thank you.
The tax rates that we'll go over are reflect the certified tax rate that we know of today. The state and the county are still in this process. In fact, we still don't have the state basic levy. So the basic levy that I'm going to be showing here tonight is the rate that they told us to assume back during the legislative session, because that's the only rate I have at the moment. So this process is still occurring, and we'll get it finalized in the next couple of weeks. As a reminder, the certified tax rate is it's a formula based on the prior year's revenue. So they want to take the existing values, the new adjusted existing values from last year, what's its new value this year, and how much is the revenue that was generated off of that last year, and they'll adjust the certified tax rate up or down, generally down, to make it revenue neutral. There is no adjustment for inflation. New construction, however, does bring in new revenue, and that's why you'll see tax revenues increase, is because of those changes or changes in the basic levy from the state level, because the state can set the basic levy at whatever level they deem appropriate. The debt levy is just set exactly to what we need. That's it. So here are the tax rates for the past, well, I can say 4 years, I suppose, at this point, and what we know about them for next year. The basic program, as set by the state, is anticipated to increase in its levy amount. The voted levy, in order to get the state guarantees, will stay the same. The board local levy portion, in order to receive the state guarantees, will stay the same. The charter local levy appears that it will go down by well, what is that? That's 5 zeros. 5 zeros and a 4, just a small decrease there. The board local levy not subject to the state guarantees that we talked about earlier would decrease by 0.00108. The capital local levy looks like it will decrease quadruple 0.52, and the debt levy appears it will decrease quadruple 0.99, for a total estimated decrease of 0.00208. We added this line at the bottom here just to help understanding, but the percentage that's determined by the state, you see that changes each year. Now, I anticipate the basic levy will not be the 1463. I anticipate it will come down from there, but again, I don't have that information as of tonight. So I can't really speak to how far down, but I just think it will come down from there. So I don't think this 55 is going to come about. So I do think the rate drop will be larger. So this means if this rate was displayed on this screen here, if this were to happen, the average homeowner would see about a $6 tax increase, mostly due to the state piece, because the state-directed pieces would be going up $70. The board-directed pieces would be going down $64. So a net increase of $6. I'll repeat, though, I do think that basic levy is going to come down. We show this chart every year of per $100,000 home value, how much each of these is. The blue is the basic levy. The green is the portions of the voted and board levy that is required by the state for the state guarantees. The yellow is the portion of that we're required to set aside for a contribution for charter schools. The red is our debt levy. Orange is our capital, and then the purple up top is the board's portion of the board levy. The average home value in the district is, we've just recently been told, is $639,000. Now, based on instruction from the board, I have reserved Bingham High School for August 5th for a truth and taxation hearing, should you choose to do that. However, we have not prepared outside of that for that meeting, depending on the outcome of tonight's hearing. One of the questions that was asked was, well, how much does a different tax increase cost, or how much does it increase? And that depends, of course, on the level. So this chart was included just so you get an idea of where that would be. If you wanted an additional $2 million, it would cost the average homeowner roughly $15 a year, and so on. This, as indicated by statute, this chart excludes the basic levy, the charter levy, and the debt levy. That's why this percentage may not work for you, because this percentage is much higher than if you include all the levies, but statute requires they be excluded. Certain levies be excluded from the percent increase. So tonight, I'm looking for 3 actions by the board to adopt the final amended for the current year, adopt next year's, and depending on what the board wants to do, if they want a tax increase or not, And then the third thing is, could you please authorize us to make any adjustments necessary once the final certified tax rate is known and calculated? Any questions?
I have a question. Oh, go ahead. You're fine,
You go
Lisa.
ahead.
I was just questioning about, you said a bond was dropping off this year or next?
Yes.
Does that then drop the property tax?
Yes. The bond amount decreased, let's see, is $6 per $100,000 of home value, which is going to be, what does that work out to be, like $36 for the average homeowner?
So they're gonna see a decrease if we do nothing,
Well,
on an average.
you'll see a decrease on that line item, because also a new statute requires that that be demonstrated separately from the others. So the homeowners have traditionally seen 3 line items on their property tax notice. The legislature has now indicated that they want 4 line items. And those 4 are the basic levy, the charter levy, the debt levy, and all the other levies combined. So they'll see a decrease for sure on that line item. Well, that line item wasn't there last year, so that'll be interesting how the county,
Yeah.
treats that. But depending on what the state does with the basic levy up top here, homeowners are probably going to be about the same.
Thank you.
I have a question. What would the increase need to be to keep up with inflation? Or does that question make sense? Like, what type of, or are we already keeping up with inflation, like 3% inflation? Like, what kind of property tax increase would we need to do?
Yeah. We do have a chart in the budget book on inflation. Trying to remember what page it's on. 8, page 8. We don't have, because we get this information from the U.S. Department of Labor, we don't have the current or next year, obviously. But you do have a history there of inflation, and I haven't recently gone out to try and find what the current inflation rate is for our area.
Thank you. I know, I sprung this question out of the blue.
Yeah. There's a lot that goes into that, because although inflation isn't accounted for in that, neither is a decrease in the number of students. So there's a lot of offsetting things happening that go into these calculations.
Yeah, and now I see that, because with decreasing enrollment, expenses could also decrease. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
So it's time for me to make a motion? Oh, well, it looked like Bryce gave me a
Let's have
look.
public hearing first, or public comment, and then we can call for a motion. Thank you so much, John and team, honestly. We are so grateful for the effort that goes in and the transparency that is readily available, thanks to you and your team. Magnificently done. All right, at this time, we would like to invite patron comment regarding specifically the budget hearing. So if you have comments to make regarding this agenda item, is there anyone here? I didn't see anyone on this sign-up sheet. Okay, hearing none, I will now take a motion.
I move that we adopt the 2024-25 final amended budget.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood to adopt the 24-25 final amended budget. Is there discussion to that motion?
I would like to say something that I really enjoy about the budget book and like to look at is page 54 and 55 were already mentioned, but I don't know if this is the appropriate time for me to say this, but
Sure.
Down at the bottom, I really like looking at how we compare with other districts near us in size or location or both. But I just think it's interesting to look at, I mean, people might look at the average teacher salary and think that that tells the whole story. I think that when we look at the average elementary class size, the average secondary class size, and the student-teacher ratio, where Jordan is generally one of the lowest as far as class size and student-to-teacher ratio. And I hope that that improves the quality of employment for the people who work in our district. But I just think that that is helpful to see what the class sizes are and how, and the average and how it compares to other districts. So.
Thank you. It's a great call out. Okay, other discussion? Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion that we adopt the 24-25 final amended budget, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Is it time for another motion?
It is.
Okay, I move that we adopt the 2025-26 proposed budget.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood, that we adopt the 2025-26 proposed budget. Is there discussion to that motion?
Let's be clear, that motion is not asking for a tax increase. So if you vote for this motion, we will not move forward with a tax increase, a truth in taxation hearing.
So is there any chance of a truth in taxation hearing? What I remember is that during board discussion during previous study session, that 4 board members were against a tax increase and 3 board members were in favor, and I don't think that has changed. Has it changed?
We'll find out when we vote on your motion.
So by voting on approving this budget, that immediately says we are not increasing the taxes.
That is correct. So if you want a tax increase, you vote no on the motion, and then there would be a second motion asking for an adoption of adopting the proposed budget with X number of dollars added.
So for example, if you wanted to, if there was anything you wanted to add in, this would be the time. If you want to stick with what we discussed previously, then vote yes.
And the thing is, if this motion passes, then it passes, right? But then it could be amended, I guess, but, or just not pass, and then another motion is made.
Well, you can make the motion different. I think that's what Mr. Dunford's saying.
If this one fails, then we can make a new
Second.
motion.
We haven't had a second.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had a second.
we had a
Oh, we had a
second,
second.
and we're now in discussion.
So, in discussion, I would be interested in asking the board their feelings on this. I've been involved in 3 truth and taxation hearings, and in each hearing, we went into that unanimously. So every board member voted in favor of going to the truth and taxation. There's one case, once the truth and taxation hearing was being held, they voted against it. I'm not interested in going into truth and taxation with a split vote. And so if we have people on the board, especially a large number of people on the board who's not interested in truth and taxation, then I'm not interested either. I'm mostly interested because I believe in the past we avoided the truth in taxation to bring down our reserves, and then we put ourselves in a tough situation where we had to increase in a large number because of the economy, because of a variety of things, and we were not getting that inflationary increase for a large number of years. But I think it's hard to pass a truth in taxation hearing with a split board going into it. And that's where I have my reservations on voting to move forward, because if this board's going to go and split, then I'm going to vote no.
What I think I heard your concern is that you'd like to avoid a large tax increase again in the future and would prefer a smaller, more frequent. Did I get that right?
I'm pretty much on the record that I would love the legislators to give us two things. Number one, give us an inflationary increase on our property tax. And the other thing I'd love them to do is eliminate the minimum amount that we have to charge, which I think is a crazy number there. So if we don't increase it now, I think we have the funds that we could push it back another year or two, but eventually we won't. And so if we don't do it now, we do it next year or the year after, and they'll be larger than if we do it now and again in a couple years.
And so, Mr. Larson, would you mind putting the slide back up that has the percent and the amount of money it would net? Or you know what slide I'm talking about? I think it was the last slide. Yeah, this one. No, so the one that had the
truth in
taxation
amounts.
information.
Is it this one? Or can you see it on
Yes.
the dais?
Yes, this one.
Oh, here it is. It's right here now.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
for many years, our district chose to spend down reserves, and that meant a larger increase. When I listened to my constituents, they told me in almost unanimous terms that that was more painful to their household than more frequent small increases. And at that time, I made the commitment that I will never do not nearly as large of an increase as we did at that point. So if the board chooses a path where we are losing all of our fees, all of our registration fees this year, and we're going to absorb that impact until we can no longer absorb it, and that equals a higher increase, I will not vote for it. I will only vote for a smaller increase. And whether that's this year or in a future year, that's a commitment I've made to my constituents.
And one thing that I noticed during the Portrait of a Graduate presentation, thank you so much, Mr. Larson, this is very helpful for me, was for the sense of belonging. One of the things that we want to implement is student activities that help them feel connected to the school. And student fees help to fund some of those types of activities where, you know, like welcome back assemblies and homecoming festivities and other different types of student-run activities. And I feel like it goes along with Portrait of a Graduate and sense of belonging to offset the loss of those registration fees so that our middle school, like our secondary schools, can continue to have the types of activities that will help students develop that sense of belonging.
We haven't voted for that though, right? We voted that we were going to charge kids at the gate to offset that loss. We haven't voted as a board to fund our schools for that loss.
May I? The budget was created with the loss of registration fees to be absorbed through additional funding through to the secondary schools from the district. So there's an increased allocation in the general fund to the schools to offset that. I believe the motion you're referring to, Mr. Robinson, was there was a contingency proposed by the high schools in particular of the possibility of charging additional fees to students to offset that. But with the board's budget as outlined, my understanding is that proposal is no longer in play. That it would-
Really? When did we make that change? That's,
The,
I missed it then.
is one of the.
Not a vote against the fees.
One of the things that occurred with the fee discussion was the idea that someone could charge a fee, but was not mandated
So
to
they
charge
won't-
a fee.
So they won't be charging that this year.
That was my understanding. And yeah, I'm getting confirmation that's correct. So we have allocated within the budget to offset that loss of registration fees this year. But as you can see in the budget, that means that there is a budgeted loss for the year, but no plans to make it up with additional fees to students.
So thus,
We authorized the fee schedule because the fee schedule had to be approved earlier.
We had
And
to
then when
approve
we went
this.
through negotiations, we accounted for that.
but if we don't make it up through truth and taxation, eventually it continues to pull on us. It's a yearly.
Yeah, so the budget would indicate that there would be a budgeted loss for the year. How long you can sustain that with the fund balance that you have is to be determined out into the future. And could there be additional growth that occurs to bring in additional funds or additional WPU increases or other offsets? All unknown at this point. It's what makes it a hard decision. And I hope I'm adding some clarity and not muddying it up. But I wanted to at least clear that piece of it.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question on that? Did the legislature give us a one-time amount when they removed those fees?
Yes, the legislature allocated some one-time funding to offset the loss of registration fees that will be declining. The bulk of that money comes this next year. So there is an offset for this coming year. There'll be less of an offset the following year, and trying to remember if it's a 3-year. I think it's a 3-year phase-in. 3 years out, and then year 4 there's no additional funding. I believe it's 50% of the offset occurs in year 1, though.
So just a 50% offset. It doesn't make us whole.
Does not make us whole, no.
And I don't think that we need to be completely unanimous as a board. Once a decision has been made, regardless of whether it passes 5-2, 4-3, 6-1, or 7-0, once it's done, it's a board decision, and at that point, it does become unanimous. It has become our decision. And anyway, I just don't think that we all need to be, I don't think that we have to be unanimous or have that be a deterrent for making a decision if there aren't more people willing to make the same decision.
Just saying, I don't care what the final vote is, but in every time I've had to do this, we went in with the unanimous feeling that we ought to at least take it to the voters, listen to them, and have a discussion and then vote. So my concern is, if we go in less than unanimous and large numbers, I'm concerned with that. So we don't have to, but I won't vote for it if I don't feel like I have an indication that the board is a supermajority at least going into that.
I'll speak in favor of the motion. Something that Mr. Dunford said really resonated with me a few meetings ago, and maybe he's planning on talking about this, but he mentioned that he wasn't in favor of asking for more money from our constituents based on our fund balance. And that made sense to me. I didn't want to ask for more money either based on our fund balance. It's currently a little higher than our target range. That made sense. Another point that I wanted to make is that we went through the budget process, through negotiations, and we were all comfortable. I think we were all comfortable with the decisions that were made and the allocations of the funds. I didn't hear anyone saying, I wish I had an extra $2 million, or I wish I had an extra $7 million so that I could do this.
I remember several proposals that were not funded.
I had a few
$7
things
million
that I wished
worth?
that, well, I'm thinking more like $2 million worth. And there were several things that I would have liked to see funded that were not. But as I mentioned before, once a board decision is made, it is a board decision, and now that is my decision. And I voted yes because I feel like overall is a good budget, but that doesn't mean that I didn't decide not to pursue things that that there weren't 3 other board members on board with.
Yeah, I agree. I misspoke there. There were a lot of things that we would have liked to have done. I agree. There were a lot of things that board members would have liked to have done had there been funds available. I don't know. One question that was asked of me was something like, Brian, would you ever be in favor of a tax increase? And my response was something like, first it was no, and then it was, if it's a justified expense. I think that's the term I use, and I try to explain it by saying, let's imagine we get $15 million extra from the state, and we allocate that $15 million additional that we just received, and there's something left over that is critical to the operation of public education. That might raise to the level of a justified reason for a tax increase, because we've allocated the $15 million that we just received, and there's another thing that costs $3 million, and if we don't have it, it's going to cause some serious problems, or we're going to fall behind in some way. That's the other reason why I'm in favor of the motion without a tax increase, because I didn't see that happen.
My argument is, I think we lie to our patrons when we say this is a tax increase. It's a tax adjustment. And if we got a percentage like income tax and sales tax and other things, we would not be even having this discussion. In fact, the discussion might be different. Can we give our taxpayers back more money? This is a tax adjustment, not a tax increase, because I would only be interested in raising it for the cost of living.
And I'll say that failing to meet an IEP, a team decision to bus a student, is something critical to me, and we're choosing not to do additional funding towards bus.
Thank you for bringing that up, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, we do have special education students that have it in their IEP for transportation, and sometimes we don't have that transportation. And that is, I don't want to, I've learned a lot about special education, and if we do not follow an IEP, we are breaking the law. And I don't want to break the law.
And I'll just say, we have always provided compensation for that. So I don't want to make some sort of public announcement that we are outside of the law. But I do want to say that we are failing to meet our obligation to those students.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say, I don't think we're breaking the law. We're not breaking the law, but if we do fail to meet an IEP, that is breaking the law. I misspoke.
Do you remember roughly what the amount was that we would have needed there?
I do. It really depends on if you go for the whole burrito. What I proposed, we could do with 1.5.
I seem to remember staff mentioning that there were things they could do and things that they would do to address that issue outside of additional buses or bus drivers, or maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
We've certainly done a lot to try to fill those positions, and so far we have not been able to. So this was a new angle to try, a new innovation that was proposed by our superintendent. Okay, is there other discussion to the motion? Okay, hearing none. Yeah, I was gonna say, it might be better if I do this as a roll call vote. So the motion on the table is that we accept the 25-26 budget as it was proposed. So, Ms. Dean?
No.
Okay. Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Barrow? Would you like me to come back?
Yes, please.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Mr. Dumford?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. I am a no.
I'm going to say no.
Okay. So that motion carries 4-3. So we have accepted the 25-26 budget as proposed, and there will not be a truth and taxation hearing.
And now do I make a motion to?
Yes.
Okay. I move that we authorize any budget adjustments necessary to reflect funds received from the certified tax rate.
A second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood, that we authorize any budget adjustments necessary to reflect funds received from the certified tax rate. Okay, is there discussion to that motion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. All right, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you again for
That
all
was
of
a
the
great,
information.
great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board. I really appreciate each of you, and I appreciate the good people I get to work with that make this look good. Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
that as well. All right. We'll now move into our resolution of appreciation. Ms. Dean.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed. Whereas she consistently and conscientiously executed her responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. Be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of this valued friend, Donna Elaine Spade, classroom assistant and secretary.
Thank you. Let's now move into board member recognitions. I'll go ahead and start. I want to express gratitude to our recently graduated seniors. I feel like it wasn't long ago that we had long discussions about the way that students are presented at graduation. And every time I sit up on that stand, there's a little knot in my stomach. Is someone going to take it too far? Is there going to be something inappropriate? And I am so proud of the way that they carry themselves, of the way that they represent our district. And I just want to express appreciation and congratulations to them. I find it one of the greatest privileges of serving in this office to be the first person to look a graduate in the eye and tell them congratulations. So that was a real delight. And along those lines, I'd like to call out a thanks to those who organized the details that it takes for those graduation ceremonies. So grateful for the efforts that go into making that a respectful and a significant day for our graduates. So I appreciate that.
I'd like to recognize the Riverton High School girls softball team who won state championship the 4th time in the last 5 years.
Nice.
And the Bingham boys volleyball team. I'd like to recognize, as long as we're doing state champs, Bingham boys volleyball team are state champs as well.
They went undefeated until the very last match against Mountain Ridge, and they lost one set there. Yeah.
And as Nikki appreciated the graduates, I appreciate the graduates, and I would also like to appreciate the teachers and the families and all of the employees at the schools, everybody that puts in so much effort to get our students to that point. Anyway, my daughter graduated this year, and it was not an easy road, and I really, really appreciate everyone who helped her along the way. So, and then I have something else. I love what our school district does to support families, and I feel very blessed to have been able to be at the Majestic Family Learning Center graduation and see 11 individuals receive their GEDs. And I just feel like this is a way to bless and support families in our school district, to help people move forward with their life so that they can help their students move forward in their education. And not only were there GED certificates, there were certificates in English, computer skills, and sewing. Anyway, it just is, it makes me feel very proud to be part of a board that for a district that does so much to support families and help those families support their students. So.
I would just like to say that it was a treat and a pleasure to attend graduations. I did not know that that came with the job of a board member, so I was a little worried about that, but it was wonderful. It was a wonderful experience. And I was able to go to Kings Peak, our virtual high school's graduation, and this year marked a very significant milestone for them, where it was their 4th year graduating a class. And so there were students there who started with Kings Peak when they opened 4 years ago and did 9th through 12th grade with them and graduated all 4 years from Kings Peak. And they had 18 students who completed all 4 years with them, and they got to wear kind of a special stole, and it's going to be the only year that that special stole was worn for those students. So it was very fun. It was great.
I attended 8 graduations, and including one day being there all day long. And I wanted to just compliment not only staff, but Utah Valley University does a really good job for us. That a lot of stuff goes behind the scene. The amount of trash that's left behind in a graduation was astonishing to me. That we don't even sell concessions, but I could not believe the bags of trash that they had to go and clean up and get ready and flip it over for the next school. And so I'm just really grateful for the partnership we have with them. And also just grateful for how well we are doing in getting graduation done in a reasonable time. On an average, in our large schools, it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to get graduates to come in. So I guess if we're concerned about a 2-hour presentation, we could just have graduates sitting there and not recognize them walking in with their peers. And on an average that I was able to kind of time, about 45 to 50 minutes for them to come up and receive their diplomas because of the large numbers. But even Mountain Ridge, that had 907 graduates, got through that pretty fast. And it didn't seem rushed. It didn't seem like we're reading them too fast. But so all in all, almost every single one of them was within an hour 45 to 2 hours, and just a phenomenal job with the speeches, with just the flow of the whole graduation. So I just wanted to thank administration especially. That's a big task. And I should thank Dr. Godfrey for coming to a graduation on his birthday, which shows the dedication that he has to be able to give up a birthday to go to graduation.
Anyone else wanted to go that didn't get a chance? Okay. Dr. Godfrey, and happy birthday. I didn't
Thank you.
even know.
Yes, thank you. I graduated from high school on my birthday as well. No, I will echo what you said. I'm grateful for all of the work that goes into preparing someone for graduation, from preschool all the way up, and preparation that happens to make sure those ceremonies go smoothly. They go very, very well. And the teachers and administrators and counselors and others who are in charge of making it go well just do better and better every year, in my opinion. There are always policy issues for us to discuss, and I think we'll revisit policy in the fall, where the board wants to be sure to, I know, set clear direction on dress and that sort of thing. But I was really, really pleased to see how smoothly things went. It takes a lot of work to make it go as well as it does. I appreciate the board's support in splitting graduation over 2 days. It allows for families to participate more. You have a niece or a nephew or other family members who are graduating from another school. There's less overlap. There's still a little bit, but there's a lot less overlap. We're able to work with one facility, and UVU has been really great, as indicated. They're very good to work with. And the students did a great job. They were very, very well behaved and still had a great time. And I love graduation. It's a great event. And it's an important reminder of not just why we do what we do and why it's so important, but I love seeing the families that are there, and it connects us to community and to the families that are, it's just really fun to gather everyone together who has been cheering these kids on and helping make them successful. So thank you for your support. The board was very, very visible, lots of participation from board members, always great speeches, very heartfelt from board members. And it was just very rewarding, as it always is. So thanks to everyone who made it possible.
Thank you. All right. We'll now move into the public comment portion of our meeting. I did not have anyone sign up last time I looked, but I'll double check really quickly. Is there anyone here that was hoping to make public comment? Okay. Welcome to summer, right? All right. In that case, I will not read my spiel about what to do in public comment. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry. I toggled away from my page. All right. Let's go ahead and move then into our general business. I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda item. Only one.
I move that we approve board minutes.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett that we approve the board minutes. Any discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right. That motion carries unanimously. I'll now accept a motion for our one bid.
Gotta
Don't we need to do?
accept the consent.
Oh, I'm
agenda?
sorry. I scrolled too quickly. A motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept consent agenda items A through E.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood, that we accept the consent agenda. Any discussion there? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. And now we'll come to our bid.
I move that we accept the bid for Language and Culture Services Comprehensive Web-Based Multilingual Learner Program Management and Instructional Support Solutions for grades K through 12.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Wood, a second by Ms. Dean to approve bid A for Language and Culture Services. A comprehensive web-based multilingual learner program management and instructional support solutions for grades K-12. Okay, any discussion?
I did have a couple questions if anyone's here that can speak to this. Great. I apologize if this was in the justification letter that was placed, but I was curious if this software is used on a daily basis or if it's mostly just like testing and like training purposes, data. Could you explain it a little bit?
For many of our teachers, it is used on a daily basis because there are strategies that support language in reading, writing, speaking, and listening.
Sorry, let me find. I think that was it. So thank you.
Also, while you're there, it mentioned that 5 years ago, USBE had held a contract, and we were able to take advantage of that.
Mhm.
And we're anticipating that that contract through USBE is going to expire and they're not going to renew.
Yes.
So we're going to do it on our own now.
Yes, that's correct.
My question is on cost. How much, is there a large cost difference between what we were getting it for and what we're getting it for now?
As far as what we were paying before versus now,
Right.
I don't know the prior cost, but the cost that we are having now is at the bottom of our letter, and for this next school year, it's $174,000.
Yes, I saw that. I was just curious if that was a big difference from what we were paying previously due to the contract that they had with USBE. Maybe they negotiated better rates. But you don't have that information? Okay.
No.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Okay, those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, motion passes unanimously. All right. Up next, we are looking at a consideration of sensitive material review appeals. So tonight's board decision and the related discussion concerns the appeal of the review committee's initial determination that 3 books constituted objective sensitive materials as defined by statute. So the decision of the review committee in all 3 instances resulted in the removal of the books on the objective classification and policy in state law. Since that time, we have received many appeals to that objective classification decision. So tonight, the board will be voting on each book individually to determine whether the books meet the statutory classification of objective sensitive materials. To constitute objective sensitive material, the book must contain a description or depiction of illicit sex or sexual immorality, meaning a description or depiction of human genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal, acts of human masturbation, sexual intercourse or sodomy, or fondling or other erotic touching of the human genitals or pubic region. When I call for a motion, the board will take discussion regarding instances of any such description or depiction of these as set forth in Utah Code 76-5C-207, and then those that I just referenced. So as we are broadcasting publicly, I'd like to impress that we are mindful in keeping our comments appropriate for all audience members who may be watching. Board members may refer by page number to specific instances if they are uncomfortable quoting the text. So my request is that we try to keep our comments pertinent to the specific scope and intent of the objective sensitive material review, not personal belief as to the merit of the literature in question. Any questions on that? Okay, so I'll now take a motion regarding the book Speak.
I move that how do I say this? I move that we retain Speak in our libraries and in our curriculum, in our schools.
I will
I
second.
see Bryce shaking his head.
I think the motion is whether or not you find it to be objective, sensitive material. That's the scope of this. It's not
Okay.
a final determination or instruction. It's the appeal of that prior decision.
Or we could move to uphold
Or
the
uphold.
appeal, right?
Well,
Up the-
right, you either, you're
Uphold the
basically,
decision or
my suggestion would be to either move that it constitutes objective sensitive material or that it does not constitute objective sensitive material.
okay, I move that the book Speak does not constitute objective sensitive material.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow, that The book Speak does not constitute objective sensitive material. Is there discussion to that motion?
Maybe this is a question for Paul. As I was reading through the policy, as far as the appeal goes, as a board member, am I required to say more than yay or nay on this vote? It sounded like I was supposed to kind of explain why I voted yes or no.
I think you are supposed to give reasons for it, but I think the reason is specific in what you're finding, whether or not it constitutes or not. If you find that it does constitute objective sensitive material, you probably need to say what specific provision you found that meets the statutory definition.
So as we are voting, yay or nay, would that be the appropriate time? Or during the discussion, do we say,
I think you
I'm
could-
voting no because?
I think you could do, I think you should make comments and then make your vote.
Can I ask a clarification on state law when it says acts of sexual intercourse? I mean, there's no doubt these books had that, but the way they described it was not in detail.
The definition of objective sensitive material is a depiction of illicit sex, it's a description or depiction of illicit sex, and I just lost my reference, sorry. Meaning A, B, or C of that subsection. So it's not a broad reference, it's a description or depiction of illicit sex or sexual immorality, and it says means, and it's the specifics. I can reread those. It's not a broad category of just sex. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, I guess, where I'm get caught up in is how much do they need to describe it versus alluding that it's taking place?
The statute says description or depiction of illicit sex, meaning specifically human genitals in a state of sexual stimulation or arousal. B, acts of human masturbation, sexual intercourse, or sodomy. Or C, fondling or other erotic touching of human genitals or pubic region.
I didn't find any of those in the, in what was given to me that was submitted for the review. And, I mean, there is the word rape, but I did not feel like that was a depiction or description of B, you know.
I found the same.
And there are implications, but none of it was a description or depiction meaning any of those A, B, or C. It was an implied implication. So I did not find any of A, B, or C in what was given to me for this review.
Can I just ask for clarification? Are we speaking of both the book and the graphic novel, or just the written word, the
We'll
book
do the
itself?
graphic novel in its own motion.
Okay, just want to be sure.
And also, with everything that was submitted for the review for objective sensitive material, I think that it is possible that the review committee looked at more than just the passages that would, like a passage about somebody smoking a cigarette and might have let that influence them. And well, this is a discussion for another time about the whole policy and what can be submitted.
But you-
I don't want to assume what the
Yeah,
committee was
that's what I was
doing
gonna
or
say.
not
That's
doing.
unfair to say what they
Yeah.
reviewed. I felt that it was probably past the standard of me personally. I'm uncomfortable with the books, my kids reading these books without my knowledge, but I don't think it reached the level of state law. That's kind of where I'm at. I wish we could have a restricted section, and maybe we can in a future policy change, but it's certainly moved right up to the law. I think this is the types of books our legislators want out, but they didn't write it to a way that would require us to move it. That's how I feel.
Yeah, it's hard to interpret what the intention of the law was.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even venture to go that direction, but based on what we have been given, I keep thinking about the time when the Bible was reviewed in a different district, and it was determined that it was not age appropriate for a middle school and removed. And the legislature did not feel that that met the intent of the law. And so, judging by that, I feel very comfortable saying this also did not rise to that level in comparison.
And can I restate what I said? I think some legislators would want this book removed. I think that's why the wording was softened, and it doesn't meet the standard.
Is one thing that was difficult for me is when you think of the word objective, you just think, okay, it's cut and dry, it's black and white. That's how I interpret the word objective. But there is definitely some subjectivity in the objective sensitive material process. and that's why we're all, yeah, some of us have a slightly different opinion on this. So it's definitely not objective if there's 7 of us and we have slightly different opinions on it, right? I was thinking there's a range of content out there that fits into the specifications of objective sensitive material, and some of them obviously would be very obvious. That obviously fits in. They're way on this side. And then, you know, as you slowly go toward, no, that doesn't fit this description, that's where I fell on this first book, based on the passages that I read and based on the descriptions in the law, that it was just outside of that range. So yeah, I didn't think it rose, like Daryl said, I didn't think this particular book rose to the level of objective sensitive material based on the criteria, thank you, used in this law.
We ready for a vote? Okay. So the motion was that speak does not constitute objective sensitive material. So all those
I think you need to clarify that, as stated in the law.
okay. The motion is that the book
That's a very
Speak
different,
does not constitute objective sensitive material as defined in Utah Code 76-5C 207. Okay. All right. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, so that vote is unanimous, that speak does not constitute objective sensitive material as defined in Utah Code and will now, according to our policy, be reviewed under subjective. Okay, so any questions on that? Clarifications? I just double checked that is the next step. We don't have to wait for another appeal or another Okay, so now let's move on to a motion for Speak the Graphic Novel.
I move that Speak the graphic novel does not constitute objective, sensitive materials as stated in 765C207.
I will second.
Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow, that Speak the graphic novel does not constitute objective sensitive material as set forth in Utah Code 765C207. Is there discussion to that motion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay. That motion carries unanimously. And now we'll accept a motion for The Story of a Girl.
Can I ask, does this one, the graphic novel, also go back to the subjective review committee?
Yes.
Okay.
And our policy says that if it is upheld, so it's not objective, then it automatically goes back for a review on subjective terms. The way I read it.
Yes.
Does anyone read it differently than me? Okay, Ms. Goff, give me a thumbs up. Is that right? Okay, she agrees.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So that one will also come back for, and it doesn't mean it will come back to the board. It will come back to a committee for review. Okay, I'll now accept a motion.
I move that Story of a Girl does not constitute objective sensitive material as defined in Utah Statute 53G10-103, which is the one I should have said last time.
Said last time?
Well, there's a link in that one to the other one.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
So
because the way
53G
I
is the
restated the last
specific
two.
one, yeah,
Okay,
or
I'm
according
okay
to
either
Utah
way, Mr.
statute.
Vankomen?
Yeah, they're
Okay,
both
perfect.
Utah statute.
All right. I have a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. So we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood, that The Story of a Girl does not constitute objective sensitive material as set forth in Utah Code. I don't have the other one in front of me, so I'm going to say 765C207 again. That's okay. All right. Any discussion to that motion?
Well, so I was a little more on the fence, and I'm curious if any board members would like to chime in. But, so let's see. So I'm going to go from our packet we were given, page 78. And then, let's see, where was it? Page 124 were the ones that I was kind of questioning. I just wasn't quite sure about. I wondered if anyone else found those ones questionable, if you're willing to say.
At 124?
Correct. But
Actually, I read through these and I did not find any of them objective, like that they did not constitute, according to the law, objective sensitive material. I feel like they are implications, things are implied, but not explicitly stated.
Same.
I thought 124 was more specifically, that was the one I was nervous about.
yeah, mine was though more near the top, like on the very first page. But this, I was okay with, so.
And I also would be interested if we were doing a different review in limiting the age of students that would read that.
Yeah.
But was it a description? I didn't feel that it was.
And I feel like it was not even explicit. Like if you read that sentence alone or even read it with other stuff, I think that a 10-year-old would not have any idea what it was talking about. I mean, a lot of 10-year-olds would not even.
For me, it was past the limit that I'm comfortable as a parent. As a school board member, I have to uphold the law. I have to uphold the law, but I wish that as a parent, this book I could be notified my kids read. Now, I'm not even saying they're books I wouldn't let my kids do, but I would want to read it with them. I would want to have a discussion.
And I
think, and by the way, I read them in their entirety. We didn't need to, but I wanted to. And so I think many of us did, but.
And I thought, people can correct me if I'm wrong, and this is a little bit off topic, but to that, what Daryl just said, I think that that parents can be made aware of what books their students are checking out from school libraries and can even.
We don't have a process for that, do we?
I thought that there was at one time.
I think it depends if it's a digital material or not. But I do think this is probably segueing into a discussion of our policy.
Policy, yep.
And that is on our agenda when we continue our study session. So if you have ideas of ways that we can improve our policy and protect children, I'm definitely open to hearing that during that time.
Yeah, I think it's within the law. For me, it's within the law as the law is stated. It does pass what I'm comfortable personally, but that's not the law. And so I have to uphold our motion.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for a vote? Okay. So we have a motion on the table that The Story of a Girl does not constitute objective sensitive material as set forth in Utah Code. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. All three of those books will move into a subjective review.
Can I ask a question on that?
Were we supposed to get public input?
So,
No.
Public input regarding action on sensitive materials appeals? Were we supposed to get input before we voted?
You guys have to stop me. I blow that every time.
Well, and I did not see this myself. Suzanne was like, were we supposed to get public input? Because it says
Apologies
it.
for not.
Any of you
interjecting sooner.
three want a public?
I will own that. Was anyone here to speak to these books?
We heard her.
I apologize. That was not intentional.
Thanks for speaking up.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for pointing that out. All right. Let's move on to our superintendent's report.
I will just say that we have a lot of great things going on this summer. Services for students, meals for students, opportunities for teachers that have been made possible through funding from the board for additional training. So we keep on working, and we have administrator trainings that start tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. So I appreciate everyone who keeps on churning through the summer, and those who do not have responsibilities during the summer. I know everyone does work to prepare, even if they're not on contract. So I hope you get some time away among all the preparation. As well as board members getting some time away. This has been a heavy season of negotiation and budgeting, so.
Well, thank you. And we feel the same about you, Dr. Godfrey. It's not lost on us what a heavy season this is for you, for our communications department, who does such a great job capturing a lot of big events, and we appreciate those efforts. Okay, let's move into committee reports and comments by board members.
I did just want to update the board on the USBA delegate assembly from Saturday. I did not go Friday, but I did go Saturday. As we discussed the legislative priorities for that board and the school boards in the state, just very high level. I don't have the final language, but we did talk about establishing an education working group, providing for special education students, at-risk students, incentivizing a culture of attendance, funds going directly to the LEAs, and an educational funding framework for the long term. I know there were a couple other individuals who were there, so I don't know if they want to chime in, but it was good to be there with other board members in the state and share our concerns and our feedback.
And as soon as I receive a copy, I will send that out to the board. I could give you a copy of the draft that was discussed, but not the changes made during the meeting. So if anybody wants that now outdated copy, I have it for you. Thank you so much for those who went. It sounds like it was a good discussion. And yeah, that was our JLC, right? So USBA, as well as our administrators and business.
Not to be confused with the Jordan Learning Center, which got me very confused.
We're running out of letters to make. Starting to duplicate. Okay. Any others?
So this is just a board member comment. I was able to go to the Google for Education presentation for a while, and I feel excited about this bid that we approved. I don't remember exactly when. And Erin had a question for me, like how it compares to GoGuardian. And there are these different modes, and my favorite mode that they talked about was focus mode, where if students are working on their Chromebook, then the teachers can, or on their Chromebooks, I should say, then teachers can engage this focus mode where only the pages and things that they've put on there can be accessed. Nothing else can be accessed. And they can loosen it up a bit. Like, for instance, if they're on a Wikipedia page, they can loosen it up so that a hyperlink, they could go to that. And another aspect of this focus mode is this captioning, where they can speak what they are saying can be captioned, and it can even be captioned in a different language, which is amazing. And I asked about, because I don't know a lot about GoGuardian or Land School, but I had heard that teachers could send a message directly, like instant message, a student with GoGuardian. And I asked about that, and one of the representatives told me that that was not something that would be done, because the hope was that the teacher would just stand up and go and talk to the student instead of sending them an instant message when they're in their class. I don't know. Anyway, so I thought that that was interesting. I personally feel pretty enthused about this focus mode. I hope that our teachers get good training and feel confident about using this tool and are able to implement it to, well, its full capabilities. So, and then also I just want to give another plug for the My County Rec Pass. I found out that my daughter's friends did not even know about it. So if you're a resident of Salt Lake County and you have kids from 0 to 18, you can get a My County Rec Pass that is free. And I'm just speaking to the masses here with all their kids, but you just need proof of residency that you live in Salt Lake County, and it will get you into the Accord ice sheet, any of the county rec pools or rec centers, and there are rules. So like an 11-year-old cannot just be dropped off by themselves. They need an adult there, and people who are under 18 need to be certified on the weight equipment before they can be in the weight room alone. But this is a fantastic resource. So your kids can go to the pool whenever they want to this summer. So that's it.
I will give a little update. I was able to attend the USBA Board of Directors meeting. And there are a few things. First of all, a good amount of our time was spent on the JLC priorities. It's a funny thing because they're JLC priorities, but final approval prior to delegate assembly comes from USBA. So it's an interesting process. But anyways, so that was a big part of it, but also the Leadership Academy that I've mentioned before at Ruby's Inn, September 25th to the 27th. It's really kind of exciting to see some of the fun things that are coming along with a new venue. So those of you who have attended might remember that there's a tradition of doing a 5K during the leadership conference or Leadership Academy. And they are doing some really fun options with that this year to kind of meet every person's needs. But apparently there is an incredible sunrise tour that you can go out. They'll have some buses that will take you up to watch the sunrise at what I'll tell you, 2 people broke into tears when they were describing. It must be a very moving experience. So you can go out and watch the sunrise, and then there will be a few options. You can then get back on the little bus and go back to Ruby's Inn. Your second choice, you can take a 3/4 of a mile walk, not too strenuous, where you'll be able to witness kind of a reflection of the sunrise, which also seemed to be quite a moving experience. And then the third option, if you choose to walk or jog back to the inn, it will be a 5K. So feel free to join in on that. And then we have just a quick reminder about the Master Board certification. So this is evolving every year and refining to be a little bit better. So they are specifying a different training for new board members versus board members who have served a little longer. And so hopefully this, if you do your board training, you will also be doing the training that we agreed to with our ethics commitments. So a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And then there was also a couple of bylaw changes made with our bylaws committee. So heads up on that. Also, the USBA policy webinars are continuing through the summer. So the next one is July 2nd. If anyone is not receiving the meeting links for those and you are interested, first of all, it's on the USBA website, but I can also get those too. So let me know if you're interested in those. It is generally just a review of policy that, that is pertinent to us and our role as board members. Okay, I think that is it for USBA.
And I forgot something. I want to mention again the links to Schools Golf Classic at Glenmore Golf Course. This is how a fundraiser for the Jordan Education Foundation. And that is on Thursday, June 26th. And you can go to the Jordan Education Foundation website to register or be a sponsor one of the holes, set up a table, and I don't know, advertise your business. So.
Is that it for board comment committee reports? Fantastic. All right, we do have a few items to continue in our study session. So we will adjourn this meeting and resume in study session. Thank you for coming tonight. Welcome back to the continuation of the study session for the June 10th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. We are resuming with agenda item C, an initial boundary change data for Midas Creek Elementary School. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. We have a couple of initial presentations on boundaries that we would have put together as requested by the board. And I emphasize that this is an initial discussion, really to see where the board would like us to go next. A later item is to discuss the very process of reviewing boundaries, so all of this kind of fits together. And I also want to clarify that this is not really a consideration of a boundary change for Midas Creek Elementary School per se. It's to align feeder systems, which to those listening means if you have an aligned feeder system, it means that everyone from one elementary goes to the same middle school and everyone from that middle school goes to the same high school. And that has become fractured over the years, and one might say to themselves, why didn't the district just figure this out? And how is that so hard? But you don't always have concentrations of the right age of students to balance things out. And actually, as is the case with Midas Creek, when we made comprehensive boundary changes district-wide, there were in fact parents who wanted to be able to stay with certain high schools and middle schools. So it looks like we just weren't thinking when we made these boundaries, when in fact we were responsive to parent requests in many regards. And there may be those who listen who say, but that wasn't me, that wasn't what I was looking for. But there was a lot discussed at the time, and it's good to be revisiting this and other boundaries that have now aged, and some aged better than others. So,
can I say something about that process? Because I was the board member over that area, and they're almost like the island of misfit toys. If you go and sit in the middle of their neighborhood and just calculate how far you are from each high school, they're like perfect. And there wasn't a perfect fit for the whole area. And there was strong voices saying, I want to go here, I want to go there. And they could fit in small groups. But there just wasn't a perfect feeder back then. And we could accommodate their wishes, which we did. That was prior also to our board discussion about we wanted to make Mountain View Corridor a permanent line. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
As an example, just drive down 118th South and you'll see what it's like when three cities try to work together to fix one road.
and we do have two city boundaries within Midas Creek.
So,
so 2 cities, 3 high schools, 3 middle schools. And yet, through our district-wide boundary changes, you could find other pockets who would feel like misfits. And when we say, but I don't want people to cross this busy road, then there's always someone who can say, but this school crosses a busier road. And so there's a lot of means of comparison. But these are 2 areas that we've talked about as a board, and this is a good opportunity for us to have some initial discussions. I'll say again, this is a broad look so that we can get direction from the board on what to do next.
Can I just say one more thing about that is this was during Moab, which is what we were saying now. We want to kind of try to avoid Moab situations. And we didn't move anyone. They were already existing, so they had been morphed into that area for a long time.
Well, if I may, I think Moab went very well, but it doesn't mean that that's the right approach for every situation going forward. But at the time, what happened when we made district-wide boundary changes is there was context for every decision. And the board changed the approach on permits, and we were able to move away from year-round, and we were able to make use of existing schools and built a school that we knew we would need, but we built it faster so that we had fewer disruptive boundary changes. So a lot of good things happened, and I think it's good for us to take a fresh approach in different circumstances.
When we went through Moab, there was so much happening that we really trusted board members to own their area, and we trusted them. And sometimes doing it in small chunks like this, it allows board members who are not emotionally involved in the area to point out something that we would miss. So anyways, thank you.
And we'll have a chance to talk more about that procedure going forward. This is our discussion around Midas Creek and changing the boundaries for middle schools and high schools within the boundary of Midas Creek so that students could perhaps feed to 2 or 1 high school and middle school as opposed to 3. So currently we have the number of students that you see there is the number of 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students. So right now there are 137 students in Area 1. Now you may notice that I put Area 1, 2, and 3 instead of A, B, and C because I don't want this to appear to be boundary options or anything like that. So it's 1, 2, 3. So in Area 1, you have 137 combined 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students because that's a cohort of 3 that's an example, roughly, of what you might have at the middle school added in or at the high school added in, if that makes sense, depending on the year. In Area 2, you have 145, and in Area 3, you have 105. So if we go to the next slide, then you can kind of take those numbers and plug them in. So on the left, you have the current enrollment for each of these schools. So you have Copper Mountain Middle and Harriman High School. That Copper Mountain feeds into Harriman. Then you have Oker Hills and Riverton, and Oker Hills feeds into Riverton. And then you have South Hills and Mountain Ridge. And South Hills feeds into Mountain Ridge High School. So when you look at the numbers on the left there, that's the October 1 enrollment. And then going forward, that's the number of students that are in the Midas Creek right now that you would expect to go to those schools going forward. So the question is, I'll just blurt it out there. In terms of numbers and the expected growth, if you said, we want to propose moving students to the schools with the most space, you would move them to Oker Hills and Riverton High, because over time, there will be more space in those schools. They're fairly built out. So if you want to do it based on the numbers, and John eloquently expressed that every student is not a number, every student is an individual, but we have to start with, can students fit? But then beyond that, the board has been able to make provisions for permits and allow for students to attend a school of their choice. So this is something that can be phased in. Now, the one thing that we haven't done is we haven't surveyed schools to see how they feel about additional students coming to their school. And anytime that you survey parents about a boundary change, you have different groups of people. You have those who are going to be moved, and they have the strongest opinion. You have the people who will be at the school remaining that people will be moved from, and then you have the people who will be receiving those new students. So the people who are moved, if they're going to be disrupted, feel strongly about where they're headed. And the people who may lose students may be upset that they're losing the neighborhood. They may be grateful for lower numbers. Those who are receiving students may be eager to receive more students and make sure they keep their numbers up, or they may be worried about an influx of students. So you can get varied results. But to be clear, although we have 67% of parents within Midas Creek who were surveyed by the School Community Council who are interested in aligning feeders, we don't know exactly which feeder they're expecting, and we have not surveyed receiving schools on how they feel about that. As I said, the strongest feelings come from those who would be moved, not necessarily from those who are losing or receiving students.
Question.
Yes.
So the numbers for Copper Mountain Middle is 137. Did that line up with number 1, 137,
fourth, fifth, and sixth graders on the other one.
No, it doesn't match up.
Okay.
It's the projected total number going to each of these schools. That's if we don't,
So just students going to Copper Mountain Middle, but they're coming from multiple elementary schools.
no, this is what's projected from Midas Creek. But I just said, on the other map, it's what are the current fourth, fifth, and sixth graders, just to give you an idea. So if we combine it all, how many fourth, fifth, and sixth graders are we sending all to the same school? Right. This is if we make no changes. Sorry, Paul, is there a question on that? Okay.
So the smallest impact is South Hills Mountain Ridge, right? Because they have the smallest numbers. So if we move those students, that's fewer than moving other schools, correct?
Is Mountain Ridge smaller?
No, of the number of kids that are going there.
Oh, gotcha.
And Copper Mountain, just so you know, that 1,094 is this year. By 2029, it's 1,348.
Yeah, there's
Copper Mountain is increasing, Harriman's increasing, Mountain Ridge is increasing, Riverton's decreasing.
Riverton's decreasing and Oak Hills is
decreasing.
Decreasing. Can I ask a tangential question? Do we have a sense of, I didn't even give you a chance to respond whether or not I could. So at some point, we're thinking we'll have to build a high school. How far out is that? And would it impact any of this?
Wow.
This move can
You
push.
wanted to ask a big question.
Well, I'm just trying to think down the road as we're keeping everything in context. How close might these neighborhoods be impacted again?
We don't.
Are we 10 years,
let's
15
see.
years?
It's going to be a long time. I'm watching for a board member to disagree with me. But I think based on our recent discussions, it's going to be a long time before we build a new high school.
If ever.
Well, and
Okay, so it's still questionable.
And making this decision can help make that longer, correct?
That's right. And so
Let me say it this way, it'll be a long time before we have more students than seats.
to Mr. Robinson's question, or to his point rather, if we move, we can delay that by moving more students to the schools that are declining in enrollment and don't have areas of growth. And yeah, so
not a current
I'll just
worry.
say, if you wanted to, one reasonable approach, and I'm not trying to push this forward. This is a little different from the way that we've done it, so I'm just trying to put an idea out there. If you were saying to yourself, I don't want to accelerate the need for a new high school.
Mm-hmm.
I want to align feeders, but I want families to still have some flexibility because it'll be a while before there's so much pressure that we would have to build. I will put that I'm going to move students to Oak Hills and to Riverton because there's space now and there'll be more and more space instead of less and less. That means that there would be busing to those two schools. And I will be flexible, or we will be flexible as a board to allow people who had anticipated going to these other schools, we'll give them permits over a defined period of time so that we meet the current expectations and there's a long runway before people have to compete with others for a permit to the school they were expecting to attend.
That was my proposal from the very beginning.
Does that make sense?
Yep, a phased approach and sending them to the smallest schools.
Numbers wise, that's what makes sense.
This doesn't really matter, but it also aligns all these students with their board member going to one school. So that it actually aligns the board member boundary also.
And what it does also, and this may seem obvious, but it creates unity within the school. It means that you get to, in large measure, go with your friends to the next levels. It makes communication much easier when counselors are coming to register students. When we're bringing students over to see assemblies and get excited about programs, it means that they all get to be excited together. So it's the Be United part of our motto.
It's been so hard for Aaron to have the 3 different high schools request to come in and make a presentation
And when we opened Harriman High School, we had one couple come to comment about the change in boundaries. One couple. And we really had to coax them to say something because we really felt like we wanted a public comment. I believe the reason for that was that there were choices. Building Harriman High School created enough space at every high school so that over a period of time, you had the chance to permit if you wanted to permit to a particular. In my opinion, if I may offer it, I think that giving that same level of flexibility to phase this in, as Mr. Dunford referenced and has referenced previously, takes a lot of the bite out of a boundary change.
Is it fair to say under no circumstances we would move the whole group to Harriman or Copper Mountain?
That would go against.
That would be foolish.
That would go
The only
against
question really is,
logic.
do we want them in Riverton, or do we want them in Mountain Ridge, or do we want them split? That's really the question, right?
1 or 2.
Well, you want them in one school, one feeder everyone, or split between the two, and if so, what school?
I still need some clarification on these numbers. So,
Okay.
so for October 1st, 2024, 137 students from Midas Creek Elementary went to Copper Mountain Middle.
No, didn't go to.
Were assigned to go. They lived in the boundaries of Copper Mountain Middle.
Okay.
They are currently 4th, 5th, and 6th graders.
So this is 4th, 5th, and 6th grade.
No, the previous one is 4th, 5th,
Okay.
and
This is
6th.
6th.
Let's go back to the previous one. Let's go back in time.
Hold
Okay.
on. Wait, so I understand this is 4th, 5th, and 6th. But on the other one, are you telling me that there were like 300 students from Midas Creek that went to middle school in the fall? That's what I feel like the other slide is showing me. And
Okay.
probably misunderstanding.
Maybe I'm not explaining it correctly. Let's take a look.
And it looks like the numbers
Apologies.
are the same from the previous slide as on this one.
Okay.
for
So
middle schools.
this is a 3-grade cohort.
4th, 5th, and 6th.
it's
You're
3
still
grades.
4th, 5th, and
Okay.
6th.
Right.
On
That's
this
right.
Slide as well as the previous slide.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Thank you. You clarified that.
300 students
Yeah,
at Midas
no,
Creek are
no.
in 6th grade.
So this just shows what happens over time.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
The bottom, and we hesitated to put too specific numbers out there, but the bottom line is Riverton and Ochre is what makes sense. And one thing that you could say, rather than options, is just say, how do you feel about this option, about doing this? And this is why it makes sense.
It seems to me that Mountain Ridge also is very, very low as well. But do we expect a lot of growth in Mountain?
Yes. Yes.
Not as much as Harriman.
Right.
But if you look at the graduating class for Mountain Ridge, it was the largest in the
That's
district.
true, yeah.
Yeah, 2746
West
is
Jordan, I
large.
think we've solved. So now we have 3 very crowded high schools and 2 growing undercrowded high schools.
Oh, sorry.
So
I
the
did
general,
wrong number.
the general movement needs to be from the 3 crowded to the 2 uncrowded.
Mountain Ridge is the largest, 2,746. Harriman is next, 2,521. But they're both growing. And the smallest, which is 2,302, Riverton High, is growing smaller. Growing smaller isn't helpful. Is getting smaller. So the smallest school is getting smaller. Ochre Hills is not the smallest, but it is getting smaller.
I wasn't looking at the full enrollment. I was looking at these numbers going to the right. I'm like, but they're so small.
I tried to cram a lot onto one slide so that you could compare and see, but yeah.
Okay, I got it.
And I'm just thinking geography-wise, it's not super far from these schools, Midas Creek to Ochre Hills or Riverton.
I don't
It's
know.
possible. As I looked at it when I drove around the neighborhood, I think I did it from Midas Creek. Riverton, I was surprised was the closest of the 3. But I do believe, and I don't work for transportation, that there would be people that would not qualify for busing that would have to cross Bangerter. in that neighborhood. But I don't know. We'd have to have transportation look at that.
Do we know
Yeah,
this would do busing?
Let me take a look here. I do have that information. Under the single feeder concept, all of the let's see, let me make sure, because I've got, under the single feeder concept, there may be transportation cost increases with walk-eligible students in Area C becoming bus-eligible to Ochre Hills Middle School and Riverton High. So I think that they would become, more students would be bus-eligible.
Yeah.
And that's in Area C, if you don't mind going back one.
However, I think everyone's busable in that area now.
I think so. I think when we looked at it,
Number 3, that is, sorry.
I don't think you're asking someone who has a bus to now walk.
That's right.
I think that was the reality. No one who currently has a bus, if we changed them to Ochre Hills, would suddenly have to walk to Ochre Hills. Because you're only adding people who are further away from Ochre Hills
Yeah.
to Ochre Hills.
So in other words, if you were to change to the 2 schools that will have the most room over time, you provide busing for everyone, and you could, as a result, phase in a choice for folks. And if you allow them to permit, of course, then they don't get bused to wherever they permit. But
It would be, my proposal would be we move all of the 6th graders and not the 7th and 8th. So we'd have 2 tricky years where 6th graders would be bused to one school and 7th and 8th graders would be bused to a different school. And then the following year, it's 6th and 7th and 8th. And then the third year, they're all bused to Ochre Hills.
But parents could opt in to have their 7th and 8th
I heard
graders
from a lot of
change
parents
sooner.
saying, well, if that's the case, I'm just going to permit my child to Ochre Hills now and then qualify for a bus later.
Do you have a sense of concerns some parents might
The
have
biggest
about
concern-
Riverton and Ochre Hills?
The biggest concern people have are athletics. They're already in a Harriman athletic feeder system. And so that's why if we start now, when it's not, we've got time, and we phase it over time, then they can just simply say, you just choose to stay, you go to Copper Mountain, and then move on to Harriman. Eventually, we can phase it so that, I'm gonna start my child in a Riverton sports feeder system, because we're gonna go to Riverton.
So what is the deadline for permitting your student to change schools?
January.
So like a parent couldn't decide right now, the board's talking about it, maybe I'll just go ahead and move my student in the fall.
there are 2 deadlines. There's one deadline for the lottery, and when you meet that deadline, which I believe is in February,
Okay.
3rd Friday in February.
it starts in November, ends in February.
Okay.
If you apply within that window, then we allow for those permits based on building capacity. After that window, we allow permits based on staffing. So you could come after the school year has started and permit to a school if our staffing ratios allow for their even with our staffing ratios, if there's space in classes. So, but if we may have 4 empty classrooms, but if every one of our classes is full, we don't have to add a teacher in order to accommodate permits. So there's a window for permits based on building capacity, and then there's a window for permits that really is an open-ended based on staffing. But it's rare that after the school year starts that we still have space.
So if this is the direction we end up going, would we be targeting this for implementation in 26, 27?
6th grade.
Any changes would take place a year from fall at the earliest.
For 6th graders?
So next year's 6th graders would move all together to Ochre Hills.
And are you saying only Ochre Hills and Riverton? You would
That's
just
my-
give one choice?
That would be my proposal based on long-term numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it
But
makes
do
the most
we-
sense.
Do we do more than one choice, or do we just do this is your choice? Because
I think
we've
your
always
ch-
given
I
a couple
think if we
choices.
survey, we offer 3 options. Do nothing, move everyone to Ochre Hills and then Riverton, and then split between, I think we take Harriman and Copper Mountain out of the equation. And
And
say, if
even
you, if
South Hills,
You could give
your
the
numbers are perfect.
you could give the choice. You could give the choice to make no change, or you could. I mean, that could be the choice. Either we move everyone or we don't move anyone. I don't know that the disruption is worth it to then still have everything split.
I think that's
I
right.
agree.
I think we either,
Because then you say, well, how come they get to keep going to Harriman and
Yeah.
we don't get to keep going to Mountain Ridge?
Based upon the information we get, we could come back and say, no, maybe a split ought to be examined, but do it secondly.
Yeah, maybe.
I think we offer A and B. A is we move everyone to Riverton and Ochre Hills. B is we do nothing.
I like it.
I'm
That's that.
concerned
I'd be in favor of
with allowing buses to go to these other schools once we make that decision. We've always grandfathered and allowed, not always, there's been circumstances that we've grandfathered a school saying, hey, you can choose this year or next year. But I'm concerned with providing buses to Harriman or Copper Mountain and South Hills if our intent is to move them. I just think that maybe that becomes I want to keep my kid in that school, becomes a parent's responsibility then to get them to that school.
I just don't want to pull them out of their current school. I
We
don't think that there's no need to do that. So if you're currently going to Copper Mountain and you're a 6th grader this year, or a 6th grader next year, I don't want them to stress about, oh, now I have to go to Ochre Hills. But if you're coming out of 6th grade and going into, you're not leaving a school. So that's why my proposal is, yes, for 3 years it's going to be confusing. But that's better than telling a 7th grader you have to leave your middle school and go to this middle school when there's nothing actually pushing that need.
My concern is when that 3rd year comes, then all of a sudden you have maybe 8 kids going to Copper Mountain still, and we're running a bus for them. That's my concern.
You're not saying they can't keep going.
Because
The
you're
question
saying
is,
you
do
can
we
continue to
provide
go. So
busing?
next year,
Right.
7th grader can continue to go all the way through 9th. But then can they go to Harriman also?
Yeah.
So they can keep going.
So we phase it to Ochre Hills right now, and then 6 years later we phase it to Riverton.
So does next year's 7th grader, are we guaranteeing them a bus for 6 years?
What if we, so then they're a permitting student, and permitting students don't get a bus.
So that's what my question is when do they become a permitting student, and when,
I think the first year we do it.
that's what I think.
So not providing busing, but they can still go to the school they started at.
That's what we do with other permitting students.
That's the question on the table, I don't know.
I think
I
it's
would rather shoulder the busing. I think we can accommodate. I think we can take a little bit longer route. I would rather accommodate busing than suddenly say, you no longer, you've been bused and you no longer qualify. You've been bused for a year and now you're going to go to the same school, but now you don't have a bus.
Make that decision later.
Yeah.
I need to bring transportation into that question. Do we have enough buses? Is that going to be crazy bus routes? That's
there wouldn't be a separate bus route just for students from Midas Creek. It would just be one more Riverton stop or one more Mountain Ridge stop. So
They're close. They're not.
the
But
the transportation logistics, that's an important question. But I think the initial question of when you ask the question, you do need to provide context for parents and say, but this is what we plan to do from a transportation standpoint. So
I think we just need to study transportation more.
we could bring back the transportation
Well, I told
information
Mike to
for you.
look into it. He just wasn't going to have time with his schedule.
And we don't have to make that decision
You know,
till
we're
the
not
very
making the
end.
decision tonight. I think this is just, let's look at it. What more information do we need for the next time? I just didn't want to go from June to August without at least having some direction. What I'm hearing is the board is open to offering two choices: make no changes and send everyone to a feeder system. Now, what information does the board need between now and August for a further discussion? Transportation is certainly one of them.
Area 3 is already in that special busing permit with Riverton City. Area 3 is already in a special busing arrangement we have with Riverton.
I think knowing the questions about transportation and knowing that those are the two options you're looking at, I think we can work from there and bring back more information in August. I think that gives us direction to.
I think we got the information we needed tonight.
I need more context around the grandfathering in or how we might slow fade. I need more information on how that would look like if we want to go that route, or if we don't want to go that route and just say, we're all switching right now.
We can talk about that. And we can say, this is how hard it would be for transportation to do that. Because what Mr. Robinson pointed out is accurate. It would be 6 years. And we've done things kind of like that before, but it's rare. But
We've never had the luxury of open schools to be able to do it like we can do it now.
Is one possibility a 3-year rollout, or do we have to look at a 6?
I was wondering the same.
You have to separate middle and high, or else you're going to have the same. At some point, you pull someone out of a school they're going to, or you have to separate middle and high.
Well, we can give them the permit, though. We could say, you're out, but you can permit back to that school.
Yeah, but what you
pay for transportation.
You're all of a sudden saying, we've been transporting you, but now we're not going to.
3 years, everybody is in their right school.
In that middle school, but not the high school. We're not changing the high school boundaries for the first 3 years. Because otherwise, people going to a high school within Midas Creek's boundaries would change high schools. So we're not changing high school boundaries for 3 years. We're only changing middle school boundaries right now.
Well,
3 years later, we
there's
change
something
high
that
school
we need
boundaries.
to agree with,
But
because
we
I would
could do it
change
a
them
different
all.
way.
Yeah, I would change them all at the same time too.
Okay, but what you're doing is you're telling a current high school student, you now are boundaries to another high school, rather than phasing them through.
3 years.
No.
I think what we do is
I
we
don't think
just,
you're telling a current. Maybe I just need to see it
Yeah.
mapped out, because you're only in high school for 3 years.
Right.
You're in middle school for 3 years.
So if
But
you're in
what-
high
what
school
middle
now,
school-
within
what-
3 years, you're
What
done.
what middle school will this year's ninth graders go to?
so he's saying that next year's 7th grader is gonna go to Copper Mountain, even though everyone else is gonna go to Ochre. Well, after 3 years,
He
he's gonna
doesn't
wanna
want to go to
Harriman.
Riverton High School. He's not going to go from Copper Mountain Middle School to Riverton High School. You want to
Well,
go from
he
Ochre
could.
Hills.
He could.
We would force him to.
If he doesn't want that, then he can go to Ochre now.
Can I?
It's always a
A
boy.
girl wouldn't need to think this hard.
I think for 3 years, you could say. Let me see if I can express what I'm trying to say. You could say we are not going to move anyone from their current secondary school. So,
Or
in the
you'd al-
fall, you would say we're not going to move you. But what you're trying to avoid with the 6 years is that someone doesn't end up going to a middle school and then be switched to a high school that previous middle school doesn't feed into.
The whole point is to make a feeder system. So you don't go to Copper Mountain and then be forced to go to Riverton. You go to Copper Mountain and then you go to Harriman. You go to, you go to
If
the
you
middle
started
school.
at Copper Mountain,
If
then
you
you
go
get to
South
go all the
Hills,
way
you
through
go
to Harriman,
you
is
go to
what you're
Mountain
saying.
Ridge. If you go to Copper Mountain, you go to Harriman. And so I don't want to say, well, we're going to send you to Copper Mountain, and then at the same time we're changing high school boundaries, so you're suddenly boundaried to Riverton.
I think you could just put a grandfather clause in it. Just say you're all going to Riverton, Ochre Hills, but if you're in a current school, you want to stay. But if you leave that school, then you can't come back. But I think you can put that phrasing in. The question is, do we provide transportation to that kid
That's
for
the thing,
6
is I
years?
think
And-
we need to, if you go to Copper Mountain and are bused, you should be bused to Harriman, unless you're not within the boundary. I don't think it's fair to say, okay, we're okay, you go to Copper Mountain because that's where you planned on going, but suddenly you lose the busing to Harriman that you would have had.
Busing they have at Harriman is a special permit busing. And area number 3 is also special permit busing.
Now, again, I know that's not tonight's discussion, but I think my
That's
proposal is
pretty
it's a
important.
6-year proposal.
And, you know, I
Have-
agree with Daryl on this. And it seems like we don't force anybody to go to any school, you know, through the permit process. I mean, they might not be able to go exactly to the school they want to, but it seems like people always have a choice about which school they don't want to go to. They can permit to a different school.
You can't permit to Harriman, and you can't permit to Mountain Ridge.
And that's what I'm saying. But nobody would be forced to go to Ochre or Riverton because they could permit to, I don't know, Joel P. Jensen or West Jordan High School. Do you know what I mean? So like nobody would be forced to go to a school.
But
They
that's-
might not be able to go to this permit to the school they want to, but nobody would be forced
But
to go
their school-
anywhere.
Their school, their boundary school, is not the one they planned on going to.
And also as far as athletics being part of the discussion, what percentage of students are participating in athletics? I don't think it is more than 25% of the total student body. I think that there are a lot of students who participate in a lot of sports, but I don't know that that should be a large determining factor. I think sometimes as a board, we have to make difficult decisions.
Why?
Why?
Because of size. We don't have to do that now. That's my point. We don't have to. There's no, oh, it's too crowded, we have to kick you out. That's what's unique, is we can't think the same way. We can't say, oh, we have to make a difficult decision because there's no room in the school. That's no longer the case. There is room in the school.
And so,
Saying in 5 years, there will still be room at Harriman and Mountain Ridge with the students going there.
No.
and so also, what I mean to say also is, will we need to have this same type of discussion every year during the 6-year rollout, or would we make a decision that would last for 6 years?
Yes. And what it looks like is this year, 6th goes to this school, 7th goes to this school. Next year, 6th and 7th go to this school, 8th goes to this school. The next year, all of them go to this school. The next year, the 9th and 10th go to these schools. Everyone, 11th and 12th goes to this school. The next year, 9th and 10th go to this school, 12th goes to this year. The next year, all 12 go to this year. All 12th graders go to this year.
And I
We
feel
could
like
say, here's what it's going to look like for the next 6 years. We don't need to have a discussion every year.
And I feel like I interrupted our superintendent, and I apologize.
No,
So say what you're going to say, please,
no,
if you
no.
will.
I was saving it up. I'm good. I'm just trying to clarify what the questions are before us. And I think question 1 is, what options do we want to put out to the public? And it sounds like that answer is either no change or move everyone to Riverton and Ochre Hills.
Do we
The
not
second-
want to entertain
This,
a split school? Like Area 3 is right across the street from South Hills.
well, that really is the question, is do we want to entertain 3 options or multiple options? Sometimes we're criticized because we give too many options that then split people and are confusing.
I'm not interested
And-
in no change. So, like, I'm not interested in those Harriman people to continue going to Harriman.
So let me rephrase the questions then, because I thought the first one had been settled. So let me go
I'm
back.
not
I thought it
settled.
had to.
So question
It
nu-
probably has, but
so
I'm not-
question number 1 is, what options do we want to put out to the public?
Can we ask
Question-
that real quick? Should we?
Can I ask the 3?
Okay, yeah,
can I
please.
list the
Ask
3
the 3,
questions
I'll
and then we
jot
can
'em
come back to the 3? This is just how I view it from the discussion. One is, what options do we offer? Number two is, to what extent do we grandfather in permits? Because you can just say, you can permit to the middle school and high school you were expecting to go to, and you can say for how long that is in place. And number three, do we provide transportation to support those permits, and for how long? So what are the options? How long do we grandfather permits, and how long do we grandfather transportation? I think those are the three questions. In that order.
So succinct.
In that
Thank
order.
you. In a nutshell.
So let's go down that list. So what board members are interested in providing more than the 2-choice option? So meaning no change, or everybody goes to Oker and Riverton?
Can I make a statement about that? I'm not interested in allowing anyone to stay in Harriman High School.
Me neither.
So why, that should not be a choice.
Can you expound on that?
So
Help
what
me
we're saying with
understand
no
why.
changes, we're okay with them to be in 3 feeder systems.
But
I'm
what
not
about
okay
Mountain
with that.
Ridge?
I'm okay with
But-
us to consider that.
But I mean, if we want to understand what, I feel like surveying to get the feedback of the community, we can offer these 2 options. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is exactly where we're going to land, but I think that that is a good starting point for surveying. Isn't that what it would be like?
But you only
with
offer
surveying?
choices that you're interested in. So what
Okay,
you're saying
so
is
let
we're
me
okay with
interpret what you're
3
saying.
feeders.
Option number, if we choose to offer no choice, it needs to be no change right now.
Well, I'm not gonna, if they say no choice, no change, as far as I'm a board member, it's done. I'm never gonna come back to this. Like, to me is, do we want to get rid of a 3-school feeder system? I say yes. Okay, which is the school most likely that we need to get kids out of to take care of our long-term plan? That's Harriman High.
Why
So
are you not adding Mountain Ridge to that? Because
Mountain
Mountain Ridge
Ridge
is going
is
to be just
worse.
as
Mountain Ridge is pretty big, and so I'm in favor of number 1 of moving a Model 1 school, but under no circumstance, Mountain Ridge is not going to be nearly as big as Harriman.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is
it is.
too.
My-
They're the same.
Just point
But
out, might I?
It's kind
And
of built.
Mountain Ridge
It's
is
kind of
bigger
built
today.
out. It's built out. Yeah,
They're
it's
the exact same numbers.
But can
But-
I point out,
but then
we are
we're
not,
built out.
we're not discussing this because capacity has been triggered. This is not a must do. So if we do nothing, we do something when the capacity is triggered. So I'm okay with not doing anything because we're responding to constituent request, not to our formula for we're going to break. So my concern about offering 3 choices is then we'll have a 3-way split, much like it seems the data that we got previously from families at Midas Creek. So I'd like to know too, in hopes of clarity, one way or the other, so we know if we need to take action now or take action later.
Eventually, this area needs to be out of Mountain Ridge and Harriman's boundaries. Eventually, those students, we are going to have to carve students out of Mountain Ridge and into Riverton, and out of Harriman and into Riverton and Bingham. There is no escaping that. So the only question is, do we do it now or do we do it later? But if you're saying under no circumstance does this group forever remain at Harriman, I would add same thing to Mountain Ridge.
well, the only
cannot
difference.
keep
The
them.
only difference with Mountain Ridge is one of our priorities is if you can walk to a school, we wanted to make that. So this boundary is literally across the street from South Hills. So that's the only reason why I would consider a 2-district split is their area 3 is walkable. We're special busing them, but they're walkable. And that's the other concern about providing long-term busing is they're in a special permit right now, which could terminate this year or next.
Sorry, I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
no,
interrupt.
you're fine.
Sometimes when you want to make use of the space that you have in a school with diminishing enrollment, you have to bus.
Yep.
To make the most of the space you have to bus.
Which is
It
true with
increases busing.
with my area that lives closer to Fort Harriman. We're busing the South Hills because that's where we have space.
That's right.
But I don't know. I'm just saying, do we really want to give them an option of making no move at all? I'm in favor of looking
No.
at this, and I would move it either to a 1 feeder system or 2-feeder system?
To what? Given the earlier comments, I think that this is not a move that is right now being made because we can't fit kids.
For sure.
Right now it's being made based on what parents are requesting, that they would like an alignment. And if they say no change, what they're saying is, I think, not don't ever change me ever. It's don't change me just for the sake of aligning boundaries. If you have to change us to shift enrollment so we can fit in a school, that's one thing, and we'll address that another time. But don't change it just because we want to make it neater.
That's why I want to offer the no change right now option. For me, the two options are no change right now or align the feeder to Riverton and Ochre Hills. Those would be my two choices.
So maybe we're at a point right now where we just need to hear everybody's choice instead of debating it. So can we just each say, would you like to have 2 options or 3 on the survey? Paul? Sorry.
What I'm hearing is it more when is the change? The not change now is, do you want it now or do you want it later? Or if you phrase it that way, maybe that's clearer to whoever's answering the
Because these
survey.
people are moving.
They are. This
So-
area is moving. These people may not, but this area is moving.
I would caution against that, actually, Paul, if I may, because one of my first assignments as a board member, one fine day, as a cabinet member, was to follow up on a promise that had been made previously that we were going to change the boundary eventually. And the board took no action because it was so controversial. Memories are not long in this sort of thing. So I would just say, do you want to change it to align feeders or not? And if you said it with that specific purpose, do you want to change it to align feeders? That's different from a future purpose to balance enrollment.
So, but when we had
So
that,
if you state the purpose, I think it accomplishes what you're talking about. It's not in opposition to what you're talking about, but it's just in the phrasing.
when we talked about that long-term building plan, we all said that we would make these bold decisions on boundary changes to free up room in those areas so we didn't have to build high schools. And that's what I think we're doing. To be honest, I would give them one choice, and that's you're all moving. That's that bold decisions
It's
that we
no
all agreed
choice.
with. Because long-term, we need to do that. We need, and it's great to the graduated approach and stuff like that. I can give a little on transportation if everyone wants to, but long-term, if we don't want to build a high school, we said we'd make bold boundary changes. This is a bold one.
So maybe the choices should be 2 choices or 1 choice.
The choices are, will you go with a smile on your face or will you be
So
bitter?
I am in favor of surveying on 2 choices.
Okay.
I am as well.
I'm as well, but it would be 2 different choices.
Okay. So I'm going to call you a no.
Oh, you know.
Yes, yes.
It's your area, Brian.
I don't think we give them a choice. I think we say, this is what we're doing.
This is different than a boundary change.
Even though it didn't trigger enrollment, the only reason we're talking about it right now is because parents reached out. So my concern would be maybe they won't ever reach out to us again for fear that we're going to be so severe because just a handful of parents were concerned.
Good point.
And I feel like we do not need to be unanimous on this to move forward.
More information, right? That's what we want.
We're not committing
To
to
move
anything.
forward to the next point.
Let me see
for
if I can define a few things. So, if we were to ask staff to come back to our August meeting with information on a possible survey, either allowing, so we could potentially survey for 2 choices, according to the majority of the board. We would like information on a timeline for how far out to grandfather in. So if you could show us a scenario with a 3-year grandfathering or a 6-year grandfathering.
Right.
And then if you could lay out implications for transportation.
If we
I
continue
think
to
that would
provide
be the
that.
next phase of this discussion.
Can I ask for
That-
one more thing?
Okay?
Under law, how many days do we have to give on a boundary change?
30 days.
Is it just 30? I just don't want that clock to start until August, and I'd like to give more like 60.
No, we're not notifying any community right now.
Do some math here for us live.
And can I just, while he's drawing that out, can I ask Miss George? It seems to me like part of the survey would be important to know. Are we talking 3 or 6 year when they consider their vote? And that's where you're headed.
That's what we do, is just survey on what would you rather, a 3 or a 6 year rollout?
I like that.
So would
Or
it be then
an
3
immediate
options? Would
rollout.
it be 3 options?
Or an immediate rollout?
Immediate.
Do nothing, 3 year to all to Riverton, or 6 year all to
As long as those
Riverton?
options are
So I feel like
I
we're
think we-
getting ahead of ourselves maybe because I think that we want the information first and then we
Good point.
can talk about if we add those to the survey.
I agree.
The class of 2026, we'll call it. If we make this change, go to Oak. Class of 2026 here goes to Harriman. Class of 2026 here goes to Mountain Ridge. Class of 27 and 28 both go here. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
all go here too. At this point, after 3 years, there is no one in these schools that came from Midas Creek. Is that right?
If we just send them all to,
Mhm.
But
I
they're in
love what
Harriman
you're
or-
drawing here.
So 27 and 28. After 3 years, the system has solved itself. That's why I don't understand that this 6-year thing.
Because
We're not asking anyone who is here to go to a different school, right?
I feel like we are considering that. Are we considering saying, this is your new boundary, you could permit, or you can now go to Oker and then Riverton?
I agree. Why
Has
are
that
we making
26
Copper
person-
Mountain an option for Midas students? Or South Hills?
I mean, it always could be for permitting, right?
Well, if they have room for permits, but I'm not looking to give them a special
but
permit
let me do it differently.
that grandfathers
Okay.
them in.
Price is right.
So in 2026, middle school boundaries change. Middle school boundaries change, but we're accommodating 7th graders that go there. If we change high school boundaries at that point, then these students have to change based on who's there right now. You're thinking about the group that's coming out of Midas Creek. But if we change high school boundaries in 2026, you've got a whole bunch of students here that would be boundary to there.
But they would have 3 years to,
But their
On the
boundary
grandfathering.
school, their boundary school would be Riverton.
So we're saying a 7th grader next year can finish their schooling in their feeder
That's
system.
what I'm saying. I'm
all we're
saying
saying.
just take that concern off the table, and whatever school you start 7th grade here, you will finish that feeder system.
You have
We're
a
not changing
automatic.
Your boundaries. We're
Yep.
not changing your boundaries. But if we change high school boundaries in 2026, these people panic. These people panic. Let's take that panic off the table and say we're just changing middle school boundaries. 3 years later, we'll change high school boundaries.
but 3 years later, we're a
And-
different board.
And also I feel like most of this, I appreciate the illustrations, but I feel like, well, I just want to say, I would like to move on to the next part of it. I mean, because I think that when we survey about, no change or, to like anyway,
But the way
Also,
what
when
Bryce
we
is
get
bringing up won't be
information about
surveyed.
transportation and other things, I think that could give us more clarity.
I agree.
And I feel like we're not going to convince each other right now with,
So let's
is
pause this
best?
discussion. Staff has been given direction. We'll bring this back in August.
and was there something else, Dr. Godfrey, that you mentioned that we should consider? There were the 3 things, and I only remember the first one.
I wrote them as he said them.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
think I
what
addressed
options
all
do
of
we
them.
want to give to them? Do we want a grandfather on permits, and do we want a grandfather on transportation?
Okay.
And I think we can lay out what it would look like if 6th graders were not grandfathered or if they were, and what that creates going forward. And I think that will be important for us to communicate as part of the option that we put out there. Now, I think it would be confusing to say, here are the 2 options, and then here are the options within the option.
Yeah, I agree.
Ideally, the board says, if we change your boundary to this, this is what we're willing to do. So this is the total package, as opposed to here's the package and then here's the alternate package. Because I think it will, we won't get meaningful information from parents unless we give more clarity about the choice.
And I'm not trying to cut people off or stop free discourse or whatever, but I just feel like we're not going to convince each other of our points of view, and I would really appreciate the clarity that will come with some information.
I agree.
This helps. I'm going to take a picture of this, and this helps it's the 3 and the 6 year plan really outlined here. And we'll put that together so that you can see what it would look like for parents. And I think that will hopefully help the board determine what to send out.
It might be nice to say Midas Creek 6th graders each year, Midas Creek 7th grader, whatever, so they could
Yeah.
identify that if I'm in that group, then I would follow this path.
Yeah.
If we had enough colors here.
We have staff
I
that
just
can
know
make
that
those
as soon as you
look-
change a boundary, if you don't have a plan and clarify, you panic a lot of people.
And I also think that a lot of people don't panic. I think it's just that the people who do panic can be very vocal.
You haven't been through as many boundary changes as we have.
So I look forward to what you create on Canva. Are we ready to move on to agenda
Yes.
item D? An initial high-level discussion on a potential boundary change for students at Sunset Ridge Middle School.
The issue at hand is what could we consider as potential boundary changes to alleviate the enrollment numbers at Sunset Ridge and make use of space in other schools. I appreciate what President George just said about the high-level general initial discussion,
I do too.
because
Got out of the weeds.
no, I think every bit of our last discussion was very helpful, because this has been confusing. We've talked about it for a long time, and I know exactly what we need to do next on Midas Creek and exactly what we need to bring back to the board. So I appreciate every bit of that discussion. Sunset Ridge, the reason I preface it is because I'm pulling in the feeder system issue again on this one. So I have, before I even reveal it, there's 1 and 2, there are areas 1 and 2, and then there's option A, because it relates to something totally different. So 1-2A, if that's not confusing. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this slide. First off, you see the use capacity for these 4 schools that would potentially be under consideration.
Remind me how many portables we're basing our use capacity off of in these numbers?
Yes, I can pull
For
that up.
Sunset Ridge. I don't think we need to for the others.
Yeah, let me pull up the number of portables at that school.
They don't need them. They may have them.
Pull up the portables. The great thing about let's see. I just try to boil it down to its essence here. Okay. Okay, the current portables at Sunset Ridge is 10,
So that's the current
and the
use
current
capacity.
portables at West Hills is 7.
So we need to knock this to 6 portables, right? That's what the board agreed on.
And are those portable numbers?
Reflected in the use capacity. That's right. That's right.
Can you tell me what is the use capacity difference between 6 and 10 portables?
The use capacity, each portable we count as 25.
25, thank you.
Okay.
So we'll knock 100 off of Sunset Ridge
So
and 25 off of
the
West
use
Hills.
capacity is the purple column. October 1 of 2024, which is the date that we use, is the yellow column. So you have 3 columns into the past and 3 columns into the future. To say this is what the October 1 numbers were for Sunset Ridge, and this is what we forecast that they will be into the future. Same for West Hills, Elk Ridge, and Joel P. Jensen. So these are the numbers to which you can add 200 or 300 or subtract 200 or 300 students based on what you do with the areas we're about to look at. So let's go to the next slide. The next slide shows Area 1, that is in the north, on the north side there, east of Mountain View Corridor. That's 300 students. So let me just describe generally what could happen. If you moved the 300 students from Area 1 to West Hills Middle School, then all of Sunset Ridge's boundary is west of Mountain View Corridor. Well, the Sunset Ridge and West Hills both go to Copper Hills right now, so it doesn't.
The elementary schools.
Yes, I didn't look.
Right now, Hayden Peak is getting divided. No, Falcon Ridge is getting divided.
Right, Falcon Ridge is divided. Sorry, I was still looking in the high school direction. So, but if you move those 300 students to West Hills, then you simply transfer the issue to West Hills from Sunset Ridge. So in turn,
Although West Hills is steady, they're not growing.
let's go back to the other. So if you add 300 to West Hills, they are not growing. They're steady, but you still put it pretty high. So you are correct. It doesn't grow, but it still stays pretty heavy. So if you go to the next slide, although you could do that, there is capacity to simply move Area 1 to West Hills and not have an additional move. If you were to move 300 I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm talking myself.
Okay, no. If you move 300 students from Sunset Ridge to West Hills, you could move 200 students south of 90th South, either to Joel P. Jensen or to Elk Ridge Middle School. So that could be the domino effect of moving from Sunset Ridge and then moving from West Hills. Some of these moves were considered as a part of our district-wide boundary changes and were unpopular with the residents in those areas. Any questions about 1 and 2?
If Joel P. Jensen becomes West Jordan, then that becomes a very long drive.
If the board were to close Joel P. Jensen, obviously it would not make sense to move 200 students there, but that's not a decision that has been made. And the 200 students going to Joel P. Jensen, if we go to the previous slide, would then put Joel P. Jensen in the 900s. Okay, so let's go back to that next slide. So in area 1 and 2, you had vocal groups. The most vocal, which one are you saying was the most felt?
The two students possibly going to Jopie.
Yeah, they felt very strongly about that. So if you move the 200 to Elk Ridge, then if we go back to that previous slide, then you're adding 200 to the Elk Ridge numbers, and the Elk Ridge numbers are going down, and that would put you at 1,200. So Elk Ridge and Jopie, lots of space, going down in numbers. Do those numbers make sense? Do you have questions about those? So it shows you the 3 years into the past, 3 years into the future. Okay, let's go back to the map. Any other questions about 1 and 2, and then I'll talk about Area A.
Let's talk about feeder system. So Elk Ridge goes to Bingham.
Yep.
And the A area of Elk Ridge
What
goes,
does that mean?
that goes to West Jordan. That goes to West Jordan. So Elk Ridge is split, and you could move that A. Well, depending on what the grade configuration is. I just put A. You can ignore A as soon as I finish talking about it, because I don't have numbers for it or anything like that. I just wanted to point out, since we're talking about feeder alignment, that A area, if it went to Bingham, that would mean all of Elk Ridge goes to Bingham. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. That's just something to put at the back of your...
Just brought in
But we would move them too, I hope.
to Bingham. Oh, great! I love that.
Isn't that far? Compared to how close they are to.
I mean, look, there's Copper Hills, and we're moving these people to Bingham.
Well, Scott brought you all your souvenir maps, so you can grab your...
This map is coming in clutch tonight.
So the reason that I restated that this is a high-level discussion is not to prevent detailed discussion. I'm very open to that. I appreciated it on our previous school. But for the public, this is not like the decision meeting. This is a talk about the areas, talk about the numbers, consider the possibilities.
I would love to pull from Copper Hills into Bingham.
Tell me more about that.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bingham's going.
Copper Hills has been so hard to alleviate because this industrial area right here, the airport and Jordan Landing, make it so hard to move from Copper Hills into West Jordan. We can't move Copper Hills into Harriman. That's just insane. So this is logistically hard. So we have stressed over Copper Hills for years, but not knowing where to put them. But if we could take that group right there, I mean, there's Copper Hills High School. And we'd be moving these people to go to 104th and 22nd West. That's a stretch, but that for the first time alleviates Copper Hills and pushes a crowded high school into what's going to become one of our most empty schools.
But again, it goes against one of the priorities of walking versus riding a bus.
Yeah, because Copper Hills is right there.
If you want people to be able to walk
But just so you know,
over moving them to a school with space, then you want to say, I want you to walk to a full school instead of being bused to a school with space. And sometimes that's the choice you have to make.
just so you know, that's my house right there. And my kids go to Bingham, and we don't have a problem with that.
And are you bused?
Yeah.
You're bused there.
So these kids would actually go from walking to Copper Hills to being bused to Bingham.
But it's exactly opposite what we're trying to do as a facilities department.
Decided to add bus drivers.
But it's also exactly what we do want to do as far as
I'm not-
alleviating
I'm not saying that
high
at all.
enrollment and avoiding spending money on building a school that might not be necessary.
I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is we have two different groups trying to do two different things that oppose each other. I'm not saying we shouldn't be looking at these, but our facilities is doing the exact opposite. But I'm not saying which is right. I actually like this move.
What percentage of our high school students drive when they could be bused? Do we know?
I can't give you a number, but I can tell you that
Guess why we have parking problems?
I would shift the
And Copper Hills.
question a bit. How many drive or get a ride from a friend?
Yeah.
And the vast majority drive or get a ride from a friend, as opposed to taking
How many
the
are
bus.
using our transportation?
And let's,
Anthony, you mean this area to go here, right?
no, also.
No, to Bingham. It's not a middle school boundary change. It's not a middle school boundary change.
Can you stand on the
That's
other
high
side of the
school
TV
only.
so I can see what
Okay,
you're
If you were to align, that's why it's A instead of 1 and 2.
Okay.
So A, that arrow from A
Oh,
is
I
saying
see. Make
instead
it
of
all-
feeding into
all
West
Elkridge.
Jordan,
You still feed Oak Ridge, but after Elk Ridge, you go to Bingham.
this is what you could do. You could say Area 1 goes to West Hills. Area 2 and Copper Hills, as they do now. Area 2 goes to Elk Ridge and now gets switched to Bingham. And while you're at it, move Area A
Gets to be
to
closer.
Bingham so that all of Elk Ridge goes to Bingham. Does that make sense?
I see how that makes
Because
Beautiful.
otherwise, if you don't do that, then if you just moved Area 2 into Elk Ridge, now Elk Ridge feeds into 3 high schools.
Right.
And so you can fix only the Area 2 and not move Area A to Bingham. But while you're at it, in the spirit of our Midas Creek discussion, what if everyone from Elk Ridge went to Bingham?
And we would have done that.
Again, this is not personally Dr. Godfrey's recommendation. I am
Elkridge
simply
went-
talking about building blocks and where they could end up.
does make sense.
I'm just talking about the numbers,
Constituents from Section
the
A
boundaries.
reach out because they went to Terra Linda, and then they went to Elk Ridge, and then they went to West Jordan High School, and I had no idea we had a crazy section like that. So
And right. And so then if it gets fixed, then it gets fixed long term.
Yes.
And you're able to say, yes, this is yet one more change, but now that's a sustainable change that won't have to go back and forth.
Yes.
yes.
But it is dependent on decisions about West Jordan High's alignment, about Joe P. Jensen's future. All of that plays into it. But all of this is out there just for consideration. Because I do think they're related. If you move 1 and then you move 2, then A makes sense because now lots of things start to make sense.
Yeah, I agree.
But then there are implications for grandfathering. So if we're grandfathering over there, how are we grandfathering over here?
I'm understanding better the complexity of this because I know we've asked for how can we have more efficient busing and maybe save some money, and yet there are other priorities to consider.
If you take only busing, then you say, why are we busing kids away from a school they could walk to? And unless you look at a broader context, the answer is, I can think of no earthly reason we would do that. But then if you look more broadly and you say, why do we have 3,000 kids at this school and 1,700 at that school? Well, it's because you get my point.
I think it's maybe money to transportation or money to a new school.
That makes no
And
sense.
so-
Why would you, West Jordan can't lose students. We almost
That's why we really need it.
Is there more information, more slides, or is this it? This one
Okay,
and that
so-
one? I was just curious if
I
there
hope
was
it's
more.
not disappointing, but this is
No,
it.
I
This
just
is-
wanted to make
this
sure
is-
we weren't
this is-
holding you
this is
up
all
on
you
this
got.
slide and there
No,
was
I know
more.
I'm teasing. No, this is I tried to boil it down to just the two slides on each presentation so that you can tell us what you want next, where we go from here. And this is good timing for us to talk in June, and then that gives us time between now and August to gather that information. And then as soon as school starts up, we're ready to ask the questions of the public.
So what are the next steps with this?
I think,
I would say that you don't necessarily have a transportation question, but you have a two. You've got an option question and a timing question. Because I think we could alleviate a lot of concerns by saying we're not necessarily going to pull you out of Copper Hills and send you to Bingham. but we're gonna start this group at Elkridge, and that group, once they go to Elkridge, is gonna go to Bingham.
One
So
way.
timing is an issue, but I don't think transportation is an issue. Unless you wanna say, how many walkable students to Copper Hills do we now have to bus to Bingham?
Right. I mean, there will be transportation implications for sure.
But I don't know that the transportation issues don't necessarily seem to change our decisions here. But you may want to ask them. But for me, the two main questions are options and timing.
Can I
Okay,
ask,
so sorry, go ahead.
do we have parking room for these students to go to Bingham?
There's not parking room for them at Copper Hills.
Oh,
We
okay.
already don't give sophomores permits at Copper Hills.
Okay.
So they have a sophomore lane just like Bingham.
And we're
Right,
adding
so we're not
140.
changing anything with that.
So
We're adding
Parking at
140.
Bingham.
one city is more unhappy about it than
And
the
by
other.
the time, I would imagine if we time it right, by the time these kids get to Bingham, Bingham's enrollment has dropped by the 200 students we're sending them.
I see.
We're sending them
So-
either way.
Let's think about our options. Would there be an appetite to say Area 1 goes into West Hills and that's the option? That would put West Hills at a steady number of around 1,400 students for the next 5 years. Is that something we would consider?
What that does is it switches, if you put the 300 from Sunset Ridge to West Hills, that's something you can absolutely do. We can accommodate it. What it does is it changes, it just ends up changing who has 1,400 students.
Exactly.
And it doesn't
change
solve
Copper
Copper
Hills.
Hills.
And that's why I'm asking, is that an option we would actually consider? I don't think I would.
It changes middle schools,
Yes.
but it doesn't change the Copper Hills Bingham
Yep.
overall grand picture.
And I think both scenarios is really what we're trying to do is the overcrowding in the high school.
Big picture.
Yep.
So
Big
to me,
picture.
both of them should just be one.
So
We're going
that's
to move
the
you. Do you want to
problem
go
is
now or
we
later?
have a clear solution at both schools.
We do, and they're great solutions. The question to me is, do you want to move now or later?
Right. So timing
And
is an
can
issue.
we do transportation?
What?
Can transportation withstand what we would be throwing at them with this? Because we're talking about a lot of bus routes
So
don't currently exist
You don't have to provide transport.
They actually bus.
if they actually bus.
one approach would be to give options like we've talked about. But as Mr. Barnett and others have said, if you feel like, well, and as Ms. George just said, if this is the option, you can also say, this is what we want to do. You have this time to give us feedback. Are there things we haven't considered? So you get feedback on one option as opposed to surveying which do you prefer.
I like that.
That's not what we've always done, but you can say, this is what makes sense for these reasons. And you may have a reaction that says, you always give us a choice and we're not even given a choice. And it's harder because then you're just reading through feedback and a rating, and so it's not one or the other. But that's an alternative that you have. That's something you have available to you if that's what you want to do.
So then, do we need to consider timelines for grandfathering in? Because we would be changing only middle school and high school in this scenario.
Tell me if I capture what you were talking about earlier. You can say we're not going to change the school that you're currently attending, or you can say we're not going to change the school you planned on attending and the school that you planned on feeding into. That's the 6-year plan. But the 3-year plan is to say, if you are starting next year at Elk Ridge,
Plan on going to Bingham.
we're not going to pull you out of Elk Ridge, but you should plan on going to Bingham next, wherever you are.
This one only needs 3 years.
Yeah. We can
they get no
answer all the
choices.
same questions for both of these. It's just helpful to know, are there any options that you would eliminate that we aren't researching?
No, but this is the first time I actually feel good about Copper Hills' future?
I've always thought they had a good future, but not capacity future.
You didn't think that when we sent them to West Jordan.
No, I actually did. I voted for that, and I voted against taking the bus away, so.
What do we need to hear back? We need to hear implications for transportation on the Sunset Ridge decision. And,
Timing, proposed timing.
but I think there's only a 3-year rollout, right? It wouldn't make sense to go more.
I don't understand the question about timing. Is this whether or not we will do it in 16 months?
Are you talking about the
or
grandfathering?
15
The
months?
grandfathering.
Oh, okay.
So the timeline for rolling it out. So you can either move now or you can finish at the school you're in now and then come.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because where
right now
we're
it's
not
either- it's
dealing with
either-
elementary and then, so there's only a 2-step process here instead of a 3-step
You're right.
process.
Because that group, you either grandfather to West Hills and then Copper Hills, or you move to Elk Ridge and Bingham. So depending on which middle school you choose, you're choosing the high school you go to.
There you go. That's it right there.
That's it. So, just transportation implications for the next meeting.
Transportation and the grandfathering, 3-year grandfathering instead of
Not
6-year
6 years.
grandfathering.
I think so.
Okay.
Anything else I'm
So,
missing?
so 3 and 6 on Midas Creek and 3 on Sunset Ridge.
Can I understand just kind of procedurally here? So come August, we get this information, the board makes a decision, and should the board want to consider moving forward, yet again, we would then have public comment one time on this?
No, we have open houses.
We have to have 3 opportunities for public comment, but we do have an open house requirement as well.
We would give notice. We would give notice. The only thing required by law is that we provide notice that you are being considered for a boundary change. And so we would
Okay.
notify not just the people being moved, but everyone at that school. Like I talked about at the beginning of the presentation, there are those receiving, those who are losing students, and those who are actually being moved potentially. So we have to put everyone on notice, all the potentially involved schools, like you might be getting a boundary change. And then we would put out surveys. We hold an open house generally where people get to interact with the board and staff and have questions answered. And then multiple opportunities for public comment in board meeting and a decision ideally by the end of the calendar year.
But we haven't been having those open houses, and that was one of my concerns. And so I have a couple concerns. We didn't with that last boundary change. We didn't go to school community councils, we didn't go to PTAs, and we didn't.
I did.
The
We didn't
boundary
as a
change
board,
we
but I did
started,
individually.
but
Did
didn't do
individual
anything
also,
with.
but
Which
we
takes us,
have it in our process.
Well,
which
usually we don't do open houses until we have options.
we had options.
Which one are you talking about?
Last boundary change, when we froze my area and said we're not gonna make any moves, we'll make the apartment moves. We had the opportunity for them to Zoom with our staff, but we didn't have an opportunity to meet with the board.
Let's rectify
So
that.
I think the problems that we have, and one of them sounds like you're working on it, is I don't know that we have our process for boundary changes nailed down, and I don't know that we have our priorities, because these two options are working directly opposite what the facilities committee is currently working on, where we're trying to get, oh, you can walk there, then let's make that boundary change. And I'm not saying that that's wrong, but what we did in the past on that, like school capacity, things like we did like a red line, green line, like what are we willing to do if a school gets too full? Are we willing to go to double sessions? So we always had like a priority list, and that's what I think we're missing here is what's our priorities? What's the least resistant to the most severe, like the continuum, and then number 2 is just a tightening up on the process, which I think you're ready to bring to us or working on it, or maybe.
it's on the agenda and we have a document, but it might not be the night for it. But we
did say that board members could present their proposals for the changes.
So Yeah,
I'm okay
I
with
think-
moving without them, but I just think that's what we're struggling with.
I think what you just pointed out is the difficulty of setting priorities that apply comfortably to every situation. It's more like, here are all the things we want to consider, and how does that apply to this particular situation? Because it's hard to say, if someone can walk, we want them walking to that school to save on busing. It's easier to say, we always want to talk about that to see if it makes sense to save on busing, as opposed to saying, we must save on busing and we see what happens after that. It's just,
Boundaries are
every
tricky.
boundary is unique. And
Question is, should we save on busing or build a $200 million school? Then that's a pretty simple math problem.
Hey, you save on busing.
But we're looking at
kidding.
proposals with
And you
go
finally
against.
get paid off 40 years later.
getting the version of
But
John
those
after
are
the budget's been
considerations,
approved.
not priorities,
Yeah.
though, right? Are they priorities? Okay.
Okay,
Well,
can I-
maybe it's time for us
I
to
think
move
both
to
of these are
agenda
great.
item
I think
E.
John has something he'd like
Oh,
to
sorry.
say.
I'm sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Joke.
I thought he was
It-
just at the mic to harass me.
As someone who very much wanted to look at reducing busing, because if someone can, if there is a simple boundary change that alleviates that and you can save money, makes total sense. But what we're talking about here is the saving of a whole construction of a facility, all the bond payments of it, plus all of the operational costs that go into operating a new school that may not have been needed to be built. My guess is the operational cost on any one of these schools would pay for the busing. Plus, I'd also like to point out that actually this number one area, my hunch is, I'm really looking forward to the transportation detail, but my guess is this number one area does both. Saves on busing and saves on a school. So to me, that would be a bit of a win-win. Can
So
I-
then at what point do you give them a
Two
choice
looks
versus
like
saying,
sixes.
we're doing this because it meets our needs? Yeah, that's the question.
That's for next meeting.
Yep.
Oh, the
That's for a
suspense.
future self.
Think on that for a couple months.
Okay.
I am more than happy to wait for August for E, as far as I'm concerned.
That.
I did receive, let's see, one, I think Suzanne sent me some edits that she.
Oh, I didn't remember that I should have sent it. I did
and
make some.
I don't think it was a requirement. It-
I'm ready
Gonna
to,
send-
I
just
came
brought
prepared
them
to
for this
present.
discussion.
But we can wait. Yeah, I didn't know how many people actually had input there. So Suzanne, Aaron,
I think that's gonna be a lengthy conversation.
Why
and
is anyone uncomfortable with postponing that conversation until our next meeting? Okay, and then maybe we should send all of our edits to facilities.
and
Sorry,
and
I
can
misunderstood.
kinda,
I did too.
well, I don't think it was explained.
I just
that
did
way.
it so it was off of my mind
Right.
and on yours.
Yeah,
So,
and
do
maybe I
we-
can grab all of those and pull out the common pieces and try to, yeah, okay.
We need a motion, Paul, to postpone an item?
We're taking action.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
And do you wanna save
Great.
for August, or you wanna have that discussion tonight?
I'd like to just mention it,
Okay.
and then if we need to discuss.
Because tonight was really just what have you learned in the process that we need to, that policy committee needs to take into consideration? Okay.
So shall we move to agenda item F, the schedule sharing for school events? I think this can be a fairly quick discussion. The first thing is, okay, so board members had mentioned that there's a level of frustration with feeling like they didn't hear about an event at all or in enough time to manage their schedule so that they could come. And so staff has been gracious enough to offer to help us with our calendaring, but if we were to get invited to every activity event in the district at every school, it would be overwhelming. I think we can all agree. So, what are the priorities that you have that you don't want to miss an invitation to X? So, for example, maybe you never want to miss it if one of our schools has made it to a state level competition. Or maybe you would not want to miss a high school musical. Whatever that is, throw them out and we'll try to make a list.
Region championship and state competition of any sport or any activity.
Including clubs?
If they're competing for a region championship or competing at state, I'd like to know.
Everyone competes at state in certain sports, or almost everyone. I mean, at least in the beginning of the tournament.
And is that sports and activities?
So if you wanted to see the first round of a particular sport, then we just share that out and say, here are the first round state games for football, and here's where
everyone plays. Yep.
What about unified sports? What things do you want to hear about for unified sports?
I'd like to hear them all.
Everything? Anything to do with
Especially if-
unified?
Yeah, anything with unified, especially if it's all of our schools gathered together, right, for an event. I'd love to go to those ones.
Plays?
Something the school considers a special event that they would like a board member to attend. If the school is going to invite me, I don't want to miss it.
Can we create like the Apple calendar or whatever, where I click on join it and then as it's updated? It'll just, I'm fine with my calendar being blasted.
Could unfollow some of the calendars. Does it need to be Apple, or can it be a platform that plays well with all friends?
Google?
Like
I
Google.
like Apple.
Of course you do, because you have Apple.
I mean, you'd have to probably, most people do it for both.
I would like to know about plays, musicals, and like obscure little like poetry night or something, like the fun odds and ends like that.
Is there a way to create it so we can click on the schools?
How do I write that? Fun odds
Fun
and
odds
ends?
and ends.
Can you?
we'll listen to the discussion. We'll capture it. You don't have to type it out.
I'd like to know about JATC events.
So CTE events, performing arts, state and regional athletic competition, and anything the board or the school
Odds and ends.
chooses.
Something the school considers significant enough that they would like a board member there.
Even the foundation events, some of these annual events.
So what I'm seeing happen right now is we are saying everything. So
Everything that Aaron goes to.
You know what I
that
would
fun
like?
odds and ends, I'm
That's
interested
everything.
in, but I'm probably likely to attend those only for the schools I represent. Like if there's
Sure.
a fun odder end, then that's where I would go.
Yes.
I don't know that I need to know about everyone at every school. And I think that part kind of plays into your relationship with your principal, right? Hey, please invite me. If there's something awesome happening, I'd love to be there. But we're asking, what do we want the district to inform the entire board on? Right?
Well, can I ask, how does our communications team become aware of the events? And can I just tap into however they're finding it out?
No, you can't.
Okay.
Because sometimes they happen to be at a school and they say, hey, why is everyone walking down to the gym? Oh, we have our big competition going on.
Okay.
That happens to me all the time.
'Cause I
I'm
see
there
these
to
things
record
on
a
social media.
podcast and I say, what's going on? And then they post it and then you and I both may say, how come I didn't know about this?
Yeah.
And communications would say, we didn't either, but we were there
Okay.
and we saw it happen. So although my response is facetious, truly,
That's why.
it is difficult because sometimes it's just coming at you. I've done two podcasts in one because I was there for one podcast and something else was happening and we recorded another. So I think what we can do is provide, I think like performing arts, we will probably be able to tell you at the start of the year, this is when all the musicals are, this is when the plays are, this is, and I think at all three levels I want to be able to do that because I have felt bad that I've missed out on elementary or middle school in particular. And then I would say this, we're going to give you a performing arts calendar, and then here's my little trick that you say, oh, especially at the high school, I wish I could make that musical, but I can't make it. Are you performing for the 7th or 8th graders during the, are performing for the middle school students during the day? Do you have a dress rehearsal I could go to? But I won't give you, here's all the dress rehearsals and here are all the times they're performing. But just know that you can contact the school and say, is there a dress rehearsal I can come to, or are you doing it during the day? And elementaries will do that too sometimes. This is for the kids. We were performing it for the school during the day, and then that evening we perform for parents. Sometimes that gives you an extra opportunity to see things.
No,
So we'll give you the baseline, and then you can say, all right, is there another time I can come see it, or can I, if that makes sense. And with athletics, we'll know we have to get paired up. It depends on who wins and who loses, when the next game is. But we can tell you when the state finals will be in advance of whether we're going to be there or not. We can just say the 6A boys basketball finals is this day and time. Mm-hmm. If we're there, that's when it's going to be. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So you can reserve the time and say, if we've got a team in the finals for this sport I'm interested in, then I'm going to know in advance when those finals are, and I can make sure that I have the availability to be there. Does that make sense?
UHSAA, at least on the volleyball, when I went and looked at it, they had a whole bracket times when each level of play was going to be.
Yep.
And
Yep.
who? Did it say who? Did it say what schools?
Oh, well,
Or just the,
currently.
As soon as it's seated.
And it's,
That you can pick the
does it
date.
get updated then once they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll
See the
update it.
dates today, right now.
Okay, so I don't necessarily want to create more work. I don't mind going to the school calendar if I know it's comprehensive and just putting stuff on my own calendar.
Why don't we put that together for you, though,
Are you sure?
as a starting point?
Okay, because I don't mind
and that's-
CTE calendar. If they've got one, I can go look at it.
But that was my point with the description of how I sneak into a musical rehearsal sometimes. Let us give you that as a starting point.
Okay.
So that we say, here are the performances, here are the finals, here's this, and then you can say, I can't be there for the demonstration of the internship when they talk about their internships, but I really want to know more about that. Is there a time when I could talk with the coordinator over internships and get a sense for it at a time other than when you're showcasing it? Does that make sense? So it'll be a starting point, and then we can help navigate, because it does take, I ask for help in the same way, because if you're focused on volleyball, you can go in and find it. But it is nice to say, here are all the spring sport title games. This is when they're going to be played, in case someone makes it that far.
can you also, in your August meetings, just remind principals that we'd love to be invited? We can't come to everything, but a lot of them just remember to invite me like a day or two after it happened. I mean, they do it good out of their heart, you know, and like, oh yeah, I should have invited you to that. But I think sometimes we're not invited because they think, oh, I know you're busy.
Yeah.
But that's the one night I have nothing and I'd love to come.
Same thing happens with me. So
To remind the August trainings.
Language and Culture Services put out a whole calendar. So in the past, Daryl, that leads me to the next question that I had. In the past, board members felt pressure when they were receiving invitations from all schools to all board members. Sometimes it's hard for schools to say, who should we invite? They have a part of my area, and it's easier to invite everyone. Will it put undue pressure on you if we just say to principals, you can invite the board members that you know are over your area, or you can invite everyone Are you good? Will that create levels of guilt if you get invited to things that you may not be able to attend? Because before
If it
board
does,
members,
I can help you through it.
we're all, board members said,
that guilt
please
all the
don't invite
time,
me
so.
to everything. Then I feel compelled to go. If we can just invite you and you go to what you can, then great. Does that
It
work?
helps to know that that's the intention with which we're invited.
Come if you can.
So from past experience, when my wife and I were the booster, when really my wife was the booster president for the marching band at Riverton, they host the Wasatch Invitational, which all the schools in the district marching bands come to the event, including the others. And it's pretty impressive to see the entire parking lots full of buses from all across the state and from other states. I mean, if you wanted to do something like that, those are the kind of events as well.
Any event that has multiple schools, please let me know.
I've gone to that every year. It's one of the best
And
events.
we have a swim event. We have
Whatever
a
it
swim
is.
Best swim
invitation where
policy
if you
in
go to
the
that
party.
one, you catch every school.
Really?
Yes. Put
So-
that one in bold.
We will.
I
So
love it when we can cheer for everyone and we can't lose.
let me ask you this. Is it okay, and you can say no, is it okay if we send this more as an emailed list of dates and places and events as opposed to trying to make something that's compatible for you to add to calendar or populate your calendar with? Can we just email you a list and send you an updated list, or
Easier it
create a
is for you,
Google
the better.
document that you can click a link? But I don't know that creating something that interacts with your calendar directly is going to be helpful. Maybe a Google sheet that we can
Still shows
update, maybe something like that. But anyway, okay. This is very helpful actually, and I think that gives us a good starting point. And this is good timing for us to jump in. And if you're curious about anything, don't wait to hear from us. Just say, I saw them practicing this, and I wonder how that works, and we'll connect you with people, and we'll get you the experiences you're looking for.
Why this is reminding me, but how long has it been since we put out our quarterly board news? 5 quarters.
It's been a little while.
don't
It's been a little while.
Let's make sure we.
We'll do a back to school edition. How's
Great.
that?
Perfect.
What clothes to buy your kid and what not.
Yes.
How to support our summer policy.
Modeled by the board members?
Look, elbow to elbow, I'm good. Or armpit to armpit.
All right. Let's move into agenda item G, a review of administrative policy AA 440, library media selection and review. So Ms. Barrow.
All right, thank you. So it is late. So we're gonna keep this short and succinct. I don't want us to go off on too many tangents. So if there's things you would like to contribute, be succinct with your comments as much as you can. So
We don't want to debate.
we don't want to debate.
We just want to hear the issues.
Yes. So what else we can add, subtract, what the majority of the board is interested in adjusting in this policy. So there were public comments, as you'll remember, and emails about possible issues with our review policy. And I know that we all took this review very seriously and are serious in making sure that we have age-appropriate material in our schools. I met with Carolyn Goff to get history on this policy, how it was written, when it was written, history about board discussion and comments by legislators that kind of directed this policy in regards to the Utah Code that was written. I have attached on board docs my red line version of it. And so I will just point out a few things in it. You'll notice in 2E, I did not recommend changes to the initial 3-person determination because I felt like the big issues were in the full review objective and subjective committees. So I changed the full objective committee from 3 persons to 8 persons. And the full subjective from 5 to 7. And then I also added the phrase by a supermajority vote on 2F6 and 2G8 because there was no real clear clarification on a vote if it was just going to be, 1 over 50%. And so I felt like we needed to be very clear on having that a large vote because it is serious material that we are discussing.
If you Google supermajority vote, I was curious what the percentage was, and it's ambiguous. It
I
can be
found
60%, it can be
2/3.
75%, it can be.
Yeah.
So I would rather specify a percentage here than a
percentage,
supermajority vote, unless we want to define what that means somewhere else in the policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so this is my rough draft. I would love to hear if there's anything else we should be adding to this adjustment, but I feel very passionate that we do need to have more eyes on these documents. So, the
A
material.
couple of things. So first of all, in G1C, where it talks about parents of current students at the school, I felt like we had tried to pull this away from school level and making it a district level. So I know this wasn't a change you made, but I'm not sure what we mean by the school. Are we bringing it back to the school where the initial complaint was made? Or can it just be current students without the school?
Parents of current students, I think,
At the level?
don't need, yes, at the level. I think that would work.
And then when we're talking about a subjective sensitive material, I think that I may be interested in expanding that definition outside of pornographic. I think there are other things to be concerned about. As I was conducting my review, there was some pretty strong language that I was like, oh, I wouldn't want my kid to read the F word that many times in a row. Or drugs or violence. I'm just curious if there's any appetite to expand what could constitute a subjective sensitive material. And those were just a few that I threw out. But does anyone have interest in expanding that at all?
I do not.
So, go ahead.
I believe it was something called the Miller test or something that was mentioned at public comment. And I'd asked Carolyn about that, and she said that we basically follow that. We just don't call it that. So we can get clarification on what those other
Is that the one
are.
that they used to use for movie ratings?
No, it's the Supreme Court definition of pornography. First Amendment is protected under the Miller test, and that's why when you get into things like the F word or things like that, you're likely not going to pass First Amendment scrutiny.
And if you look further in G9, it says the Subjective Sensitive Materials Committee may also perceive book challenges based on developmental appropriateness, including considerations of violence, pervasive vulgarity, self-harm, etc., that are not a part of the state's definition of sensitive materials. And I really do not want to extend it past that.
But let me ask a clarification. That's when we remove it, but could we have a different filter about what comes in? I don't have to approve a book based on First Amendment rights. I am limited as to whether or not I take it out based on First Amendment rights.
No, but this says the Subjective Sensitive Materials Committee may also receive book challenges based on these things. So what I take that to mean is for a subjective sensitive materials review, a parent or an employee or a student can submit a challenge for a book if it has any mention of self-harm that they perceive to be not developmentally appropriate for the grade level that it's at, or violence that they perceive to not be appropriate for the age level that it's at. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know, maybe I don't understand what may also receive book challenges based on these things.
No, I think you're right. I thanks for that call out. That's on. So
I think what Bryce was saying though is that
Selection, not
wondering if there's a different set of rules we can apply to books coming in. This applies to books that are already in our school libraries.
I'm
And
I
talking
think that's
about
addressed on page 1 under
2A.
Roman numeral 2. Yes.
2A. That's where I would, if you make a list, that's where I would want to see the list there. I would like librarians to take into consideration some directives from the board. The board would like you to consider not selecting books that blank.
So we discussed all this for like a year in a subcommittee, and that's not what the law is asking us to do, and that's not what the board was interested to do just a few months ago. I'm okay with all of this, but it's such a late hour. I would love us to think about it during the summer and take
this,
some time. I mean, I appreciate that Erin's redlining, and I don't think she means that, hey, here's a final thing, but I'm super uneasy and kind of like at 11 o'clock at night after a book review, deciding a lot of this stuff.
I think what we're doing right now is throwing out what you would like to consider coming back.
Do you want to assign it to an ad hoc committee? Do you want to assign it to the policy committee, or like where?
it seems like it's already been assigned to the policy committee.
Policy committee's never met.
Officially?
Committee kind of took it.
Oh,
It was never assigned.
oh, okay.
I think
And-
we all know that big changes need to happen. Well, little changes need to happen.
What we're asking tonight is, what areas do you think those big changes need to come in? If we've spoken, then we're done. If there are other big areas, great, speak up. But we don't want to debate the merits of those areas. We just want to know where in this policy would you like a second look?
Can I ask, we got a lot of feedback at our last public meeting about the policy itself. I did not take handwritten notes on all of it. So do you feel like we have addressed those concerns that were voiced in that meeting? These changes represent that?
My personal opinion is yes, that we address it. And I also will point out F1E, which is that if the material in question is already on the approved literature list, the full review committee will include as many members as on a literature selection and review committee as stated in policy AA 424, because these books were already approved by our literature committee. So I felt like that was a weird oversight that somehow we didn't have as many eyes as before when they were approved, which was a few years ago before this new code. So we did need a new review on these, which was legitimate, because they were reviewed at a different standard, so to speak. I added that in so that if they've already seen a full review, they should get that many eyes again.
I like that change. I have heard talk of like books that are restricted in some way, maybe flagging parents. It sends out an email if a student checks out a book that is on a restricted list or something. Is that something that board members are interested in the committee reviewing?
So that'd be a policy change or just like a practice change at the school level, or?
We would have to make it a policy change to say, because otherwise it would be helter-skelter what would go on that list.
Would a
I
book-
just think that would be one of the potential results of a subjective review. It could be removed from specific levels, retained but restricted, or removed.
That might be opening up a very large job for someone to go through all those books and put them on a filtered list. Why can't we just, I know that I have gotten emails of my kids who've checked out books at the elementary school But usually it's a, hey, their book's coming due. This is the book. Have you seen it? Kind of. So what if we just send out emails to say, hey, your kid checked out these books. This is when they're due. Almost like the Salt Lake County Library does. And then we cover all the books. It's just an idea. Because I feel like we would just be putting things out there for parents to be like, well, then why is it in the library anyways, right? And so I don't know.
Well, I think the example of tonight's book is a good example. I think it maybe should be in the library, but as a parent, I would have wanted to know on the front end, not when it's due.
But would you, from the title of the book, know that?
It came to me as a restricted book.
So you would need something that triggered it as
Triggered
a book with an issue.
And it's
If you
really
just
not
got
even
an
an
email
issue. I
saying
would
your-
just want to read it with them.
Your daughter just checked out.
I wouldn't want my kids to read any of these 3 books without my knowledge. Although they could go to the public library and check it out.
So do you discuss that in some way in the library as a restricted?
We've got the issue. We'll discuss it and bring it back. We've heard the issue. We just wanted to make sure there are other issues you want looked at.
And just as far as 2A, selection of materials, I personally have no interest in taking, making restrictions more than what is already here. I think that this is a good list for our media center specialists and librarians to select books for the media centers.
I have just a little bit of feedback. I know it's late. My first concern was that the changes that are redlined here are dealing primarily or almost exclusively with language that has only been in this document for a short time, and today was these book reviews were the very first time I checked with Carolyn Goff. This was the very first time that this new language has been tried. So
We didn't even have a book
I was-
challenge last year, did we?
I was wondering why we're changing a policy that has never been tried except just now. And these changes had been made prior to the process even completing. We completed the process just now with that appeal. So I would want to go back to the people who are saying, I want these changes, I want these changes. I wonder if they're still saying this policy is flawed. How can you judge if a policy is flawed if you haven't even seen it through to completion? They were saying it was flawed before we had completed the process.
But it wouldn't have come before the board, potentially. So we may have cut out one step.
Well, the concerns I remember hearing were that you don't have to read the book. You can make a complaint and it just gets pulled because one person made a complaint, and maybe we need to make it not so easy to pull a book off of our shelves. That was kind of the general sentiment.
Yeah, but that's part of statute too, I think is.
They were also saying ignore the law. Don't follow the law.
Well, and something I heard as a recurring theme was it's inappropriate to only have 3 people make a decision for the entire district.
And
so
potentially the
this-
entire state.
This change does answer that, which seems to be the only change they requested that isn't already required in statute. And honestly, our policy says a minimum of 3 as it reads. There's nothing limiting the ability to expand, but I like the transparency that it gives to add more people, and I like having parents involved.
Anyway, that was my first concern. I didn't feel like it was the right time to start making changes or proposing policies that had never actually been tried yet, or maybe just one time had been tried. The other issue I had was with change in F1.
Are you debating the change, or are you proposing new changes? I really don't want to necessarily
Debate it.
spend time debating her proposed changes. If you're concerned about Erin's proposed changes, let's save that for another day. If you've got another area, then let's hear it.
I don't have another.
Okay.
And
I would like to leave the policy in place until we've had a few opportunities.
That's what we needed to hear from you. That's what we needed to hear.
And I have a question too, like down at the bottom, I-1A, where it says materials review request form, is that kind of purple instead of blue for a reason? Was there some kind of change made to that? Or so it's the very last section, I, communication. And so it's I-1A, and it says materials review request form. And it's not a link, but it's
Copy of
But
the
it's
materials
purple.
review request form.
And so I'm
That's
just wondering
already
if the
there.
request form was,
That
if there
was-
were changes on the
No.
request form. Okay.
Well,
Does
the
this
one
make
thing
sense?
we did change is that we took off D because Paul said that that was not in consideration, and Carolyn did not know that. So I let her know that.
Okay.
So
So
she
that might
might
have been
have
a
changed
change
that.
for, okay.
So D shouldn't.
D was on the material review request form. I went through it with just like.
And you're
NA,
talking
NA,
about like the
trying to see what would
ABC,
happen if
D,
a
just-
parent, what do you have to fill out? What questions do you have to answer? And that was one of the options. Like, does it say D?
You shouldn't be
And
able
it
to
doesn't
trigger a
have D.
review if the
Right.
law does not require
Right.
that.
So I just let Carolyn know that that needed to be fixed.
Okay.
Okay, I think we have.
And I can work with Erin because if we're going to revisit the statute, there have been code section changes that we should update.
Yeah, like chapter 10 of 76 isn't there anymore.
Yeah, they renumbered.
So, is the board comfortable assigning these considerations to policy committee? Yes. Okay, great. We will look at it again at a future date or not at all. Does everybody want to look at these changes again in a future?
Well, I mean, if we're
Again.
assigning policy committee to
Well,
look at it, I would like to
realized I
see.
should have rewound and asked Brian's question first, which is, should we even be looking at this after one instance?
We know how many books were challenged last year.
There was one in the fall under this new policy, but it was in elementary school level, I believe, is what Carolyn told me. And it just went straight to subjective because it didn't pass the initial objective review.
Gotcha.
Does there need to be a motion about sending this to policy review, which would then trigger it to come back?
I don't think it needs to be a motion to send it to policy committee. I just think the board made an assignment. So, board members, I'm sorry to get your hopes up, but we do need to do a very, very brief closed session following this meeting. Sorry.
I do have one more question, Nikki. If the board has assigned this to the policy review committee, but there are members of the board who don't want to bring it back, then why are we looking at it? Should we establish that there is a majority of the board who wants us to review it and then bring it back?
Is there anyone who does not want this policy reviewed at this time? Okay, you have,
Yeah, I'm okay if you do it, but I'm not in favor of it. Does that make sense?
So
You're not
two,
gonna object, but you're not
I'm
gonna
not
call
gonna
for it.
object, but I'm not supporting it.
so it looks like you've got a majority, even
Okay.
if you count Daryl's as a no.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great.
Lisa, go.
I move that we move into closed session for property.
Second.
Right, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Ms. Wood, that we move into closed session. Roll call vote. Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Barrow?
Yes.
Mr. Dumford?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. We are adjourned.
Just reminder, it's
Oh, for a closed
Barrow.
session. Barrow.
Thank you, Ms.
If
Wood.
the later it gets